No audio whatsoever on ground. Here I would have thought you'd be hearing some music right now. That's unfortunate. Oh, I know why. I totally know why. Let's see. Do you hear that music now, Gra? It's called something ducks. I don't know. It does not. It does not seem to match the name that I would imagine. Sound now? Yeah, good. Thank you. It's Restream. I have a love-hate relationship with Restream. But we're continuing to use the Restream for now. For some reason, people feel more comfortable using Restream to join me on the broadcast than they do using the other software that I pay for. So, anyway, we're going to get this thing going here. Have a chat with you. How's everybody doing? It's been a while. I know. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I just, I've been doing other things and it is what it is. But, sometimes you got to just talk about things. And that's what we're going to do today. But say hi to everybody and catch up. You got all the usuals in there. Sun-kissed. What's going on? Just, I forgot to start my stuff here. Let's see. It's going to do that right. I can start my stuff. Yeah, let's see. That's not what I wanted. Is it? No. I want to see the chat. It's funny. I take a break and the same thing happens. I forget how to do everything. What's going on, y'all? Happy Tuesday. I have a cocktail. Do you? I think we need it today. What's going on, everybody? It's been a while. Tucker is fat. He's been getting overfed and he's got winter weight and he's not been getting enough runaround time. He sits in the driveway and watches all the people and hangs out, and he's awesome as always. But the winter fur, he's not shedding the way I would have imagined he'd shed. Like California, he'd shed twice a year, and it's like you lost 2 dogs every time he shed. He has not had that big shed yet. And he's just super fluffy. But what's going on, y'all? Just checking the comments here, trying to get this opened up here. That's okay. I can see you there. I can never find the YouTube page that I use when live streaming. It has eluded me yet again. Analytics? No. Customization. I don't know. I can't find it. It always takes me a minute to figure out advanced mode. No. I don't want that. Audience. No. Details. I don't know. I can't remember. I always go through this and have the same problem. And then all of a sudden I stumble on it at some point. But I'm still trying. Desperately trying. Channel content. Settings. Creator music beta. No. Live now. Streaming software. public. Analytics. Details. Analytics. Let's see. No. Maybe it's the little view in live control room. There it is. Man. This is the screen that I was looking for. And it took me a minute to find it. Audio's off. Let's see here if I can show you. There it is. It's me within. See how it took a minute to cycle through. Anyway, this is the screen I was looking for, because then it gives me the chat over here and what's going on. It's all good. Anyway, we'll get away from that. But we're back. All right. What's been going on, everybody? How are we doing? Because I was sent a video the other day. Yesterday. This morning I watched it. And that's why the stream's titled Help Me Understand This. Because I don't get it. I truly don't get it. Hopefully you guys do, and maybe you'll understand, but we're going to talk about something that was happening in DC. And get my pains back here. And then we'll present this. Share screen. Window. That one. Do I want to do that like that? Hang on. Now there's a prettier way to do this. That's better. That's better-ish. That's better-ish. So this is Glory B's video from Sunday, which was Mother's Day. Sooner lady, that's exactly what we're talking about. Because I need your maybe your, and let me make sure that this is here so that you guys can join me on StreamYards if you want. Because I'm actually really curious to hear some of your thoughts on what's been going on with this. Huh. Buttons don't work. Damn updates. I don't know what I'm going to do now. The old school. We'll go old school. Let me switch this here. And pin this. Figured you don't need to see me do that. All right, so the StreamYard's been pinned. Anybody who wants to join me is more than welcome to. As we look through and talk about Glory B was one of the videos. There's some other angles we can watch. I don't know that it's going to make any difference. I'm not really making a point of that, but let's see here. But watch this. This is this is her arriving Sunday. It's her arriving Sunday at what they call the Gulag. Some of you refer to as the Gulag, the DC jail, where they hold their nightly vigil for the incarcerated at the jail. They've been doing this. Anybody know how long this has been going on? At least 6 months or more. They've definitely had the stamina being out there night after night. And we're gonna kind of bounce through this a little bit. And in fact, what, still images almost might be more appropriate. And this may not be the video that I wanted to show you. But watch from this point here.
This is a really bad idea.
And I thought it was this video. I'm sorry. In another video, there was... Okay, we'll come back to this. Shoot, hang on one second. Let me see if I can figure out which video that was, because that was clearly not the right one. Okay, I know why. I know why. Craig Sharp thinks Sparrow's releasing a coffee table book. Craig, you don't know much about Sparrow, do you? Study up. Figure it out. You can answer your own question. 742. But yeah, let me pull up another one here. Because I think this will start the conversation off probably a little better. So sorry. Let's see if I... Should be easier to have a search function. Let's see here. Apparently, I watched a lot of videos today while I was working. One of my favorite people to listen to while I'm working is Scott Adams in the morning. He comes on around 10 o'clock and does a great little podcast video news summary. His level of intelligence is off the chart and very interesting to listen to. Is off the chart and holy cow, very interesting to listen to. Where's that coming from? Off the chart and holy cow, very interesting to listen to. Where's that coming from? Oh, and that's my phone. That was awesome. I was like, it's the computer. What was it? Anyway, hopefully that's done. I don't know what made it play out of nowhere. But anyway, now I got to get back to where I was. But yeah, Scott Adams, a very really interesting conversation. I find most interesting his discussions about AI. If you haven't listened to him or heard the conversations and the way he challenges AI, if you're not familiar with AI and how people are using it, you should learn. Definitely want to figure out what AI is and what it's doing and how it's going to affect us in the future, because it's definitely here. Okay, here it is. Okay, here we go. Sorry, guys. Okay, so take a look at this. So this is stormtroopers footage. Same day, Mother's Day. And this is the vigil group arriving at the jail. Let me know if you can't hear it well enough. Notice how she's wearing earmuffs.
You got earplugs?
That guy right there. Let's see here. So you can hear some of the voices already coming from the corner. Can anybody tell me why, besides me telling you why this group of people goes out there and goes to this corner and does this vigil night after night? Do you guys understand? Do you know what's been going on and why they're out there? Right. See, like Jack Straw says, seditionists. It's a really dishonest way of describing everyone as a group, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think one person might have been charged with something that was maybe considered sedition, but nobody's been charged with sedition. And it's a made up thing anyway. But we won't get into that as much as we'll get into this discussion of I see this as two sides disagreeing. Yeah, and I'd agree with that in support of Mickey and J6ers. You know, Mickey, her daughter was Ashley Babbitt. They've been out there supporting people who are in jail. Jack says, Oath Keepers and Proud Boys convicted of seditious conspiracy. Now, Jack, you need to alter that comment because, again, you're making it sound like every Proud Boy and every Oath Keeper, very specific people from those groups were charged, possibly convicted with sedition. In fact, I don't know that that's actually true. But you can say that, but you know, you're broad brushing a group of people. Because I know they weren't all charged that way. So, Jack, you're more than welcome to use the link and have this discussion. They were all charged with trespassing. That was definitely one charge they all had in common. I think that in general, that was the broadest of the charges. It's funny because T-Video says the leaders. Do you know that the leader wasn't even there of the Proud Boys? And apparently he was charged because on the phone he said to somebody, don't leave, stay there. And that got him a conviction. Don't leave, stay there. Interesting, right? Actually, Destiny, that isn't really true. He said he would look into it because not everyone deserved it, but there were some that he wouldn't pardon because they broke the law and they were violent, right? He was asked that question by, what the hell's her name? I can't remember. Yeah. All right, let's get back to this video, because this is, you know, they're out there at least 6 months. They've been going out there day in, every day. They've been out there, or someplace in DC if they've had some other, but I think they've been out there every single night, even in the rain, doing their vigil. From what I understand, they arrive at 7 and they leave a little after 9. So they're there for 2 hours every single day. So here they are showing up. You can already hear Jessica. She's one of the local DC protesters that's out at every event. She always sounds so worked up. Trooper, I gotta say, you gotta work on your camera work, man. You gotta work on where that camera's pointing, because you missed so much of what was going on here. I don't know why he's showing the cemetery. So first thing to notice is this person here with the green yellow hat, the fluorescent hat. That is a pardon me, I totally lost the that is the Lawyers Guild, the NLG, the National Lawyers Guild. They have these monitors that come out and they watch these protesters to make sure that they don't get mistreated by the police. So there's one here, and then there's 2 more over in the corral where the counter protesters have been when they've shown up. The police have established that this group that protests on the corner has this spot, and have given them space to protest, vigil, do their vigil. And so they have sort of established this over the last few months, I'll say. And they've established a spot for counter protesters, which is across the street. And they allow the counter protesters to go over there and yell and scream and do whatever the fuck they want. Right? But tonight, this group decided they were going to get there, or this night, they decided they were going to get early and take up that space. Let me try to turn this down because it's annoyingly loud. So this is Jessica back here on the bullhorn, and you know, she does Jessica, right? She's just calling Nikki names. You know, that's the one thing I've noticed they all do is they just hurl insults at each other, really, back and forth. It becomes an insult game. There's no actual argument. There's no like, this is why you're bad. It's just you're racist, you're this, you're that, you're a Nazi. That's their argument. They've chalked up the ground. They've done their little protest, but they're going to harass and intimidate and use mid-level violence against people. And here's Mickey just standing there and taking this abuse from, some of you know her as Whistle Girl. He's got his resist shirt and his beer belly. And what he's doing is you hear that high pitched whistling noise? Well, that's the microphone right there. And he's just keying it in front of the speaker to create that noise. It's just noise. It's to shut down, shut up, disrupt. That is their claim to fame, right? That's what they do. Somebody, and I'm not going to say who. You know who you are. Sent me a nice email because you were upset that I compared Antifa and Patriot Front having similar tactics and uniforms. You know, one's tan and blue, one's all black. I think Patriot Front kind of outdid Antifa in the uniform category. If you're going to, you know, go for fashion and, you know, look, I think they won. They're definitely more uniform, you know, different, but same thing. But here, you know, Persist right here, he's got his black mask on. He's trying to hide his face. There's a bunch of them that's what they're doing, you know. So I the similarities are definitely there. There's not much of a difference, really. This group tends to be more violent, which is strange. Not many people have pointed that out. Just from a violence aspect, the ones dressed in black tend to, from what we've seen, only because there's perhaps no video of the other group doing anything violent or lighting things on fire, breaking windows. But these guys, they do. And so Persist here. And then you got this one that's back here, has like a face shield on, hiding their identity. But notice they're all white people. There's only one person of color that I remember seeing in this counter-protest group. Now, this is We the People, part of the Asian community, conservative community. I can't remember her name, but she has great video that unfortunately is choppy because she's live streaming and it just freeze frames. So you don't get to see it's like a bunch of pictures. And she didn't realize it. So she probably gets the best camera angles out of everybody who was down there live streaming what was going on. But yeah, I like the pink shoes. And I guess she's concerned about her height, so she goes for the platforms. But I don't think those are good protest shoes. And they're definitely not within the black bloc uniform regulations, we'll say. You don't want those sort of identifiers. And again, he really didn't capture, but watch. Look, back up, he says. Back up. You have to leave. Back up. I added the you have to leave, but he's going to say, no, you got to go. And he's got the microphone. It's a mic, M-I-K-E. I just saw that. That's kind of funny. You know, it's supposed to be M-I-C, which is Mike, Raphone, Mike, but it's Mike. Let's go back there. I want to make sure you can actually hear this really well. I can't. I don't know how he expected Stormtrooper to even understand him. Right? He's literally making so much noise, like, and you can't read his lips. So it's like, how do you? The microphone obviously picked it up, but. Now, do you consider that violent? Does that seem like a threat? Does that seem like assault to you? Cora, I've never been a fashion critic, but I definitely, I didn't realize that was up there so long. I definitely, look at me. I am not a fashion critic. Now, if I cared a little bit more, if I had the physique of somebody who could wear just about anything, I might be more into clothes. Fashion's expensive, no doubt about that. I go for the more utilitarian, comfort slash rugged. It has to be useful. I know what looks bad on me. I know what feels comfortable on me. That's my level of fashion. It's been a while since I've had a suit and tie on. I don't tend to do suit and tie, but I know the difference between what do you call it? Militant uniforms. I recognize the difference. Like, I understand when you should wear fall fatigues versus winter, that type of things, what's appropriate. But yeah, I wouldn't consider myself a fashionista, but you get it. You get it. I know, Destiny, my ears are bleeding too. That's why I try to keep it turned down, but sometimes the words are important. So, Christine says she likes the orange jumpsuit. Who is somebody in this wearing an orange jumpsuit, or is that just you like men in jail? I know the like the Air Force. There was women that were wearing. It was very Hollywood at one point to have the flight suit. The sexy flight suit look was a thing for a while. But all right, here, watch this.
I got the mute on. Or on this side.
Sorry, I muted it when I peed. Thank you for letting me know. You guys missed the whole details. I'll get back into it. There's plenty of it. Yeah, I know. I realize that. My bad. It was. Okay. Let's get past that. Let's talk about this. So here was my question for you that you couldn't hear is, should a group of people be allowed to go out and have a vigil on this corner? That's the first question. Like, is that not permitted? Is that not allowed? I hear the counter protesters. They're always crying about they don't have a permit. They don't have a permit. They can't be out there. They don't have a permit. Which I find hysterical. Because Antifa never has a permit, by the way. They have a verbal permit, as far as I can tell. The police, based on the officers' words, have said that the officers have designated a space, put these barricades out there, and said, as long as you stay within those barricades, you're free to be here. And so they do that. They've gone in night after night. They set up their music. They play music. They talk to the inmates somehow. I don't know how they're talking to the inmates, maybe on the jail phones, whatever. But they have these conversations. They sing. They hold a vigil. Best I can tell, based on the surroundings, and I can pull up a map if you guys want to see it, there's nobody there to disturb. In fact, it's probably the most excitement the people in the cemetery have had in a long time. So, and that's about it. And the cops sit out there and they do their thing and whatnot. The times where it gets crazy is when counter protesters show up and harass this group of people because they don't believe that this group has the right to be out there. I guess. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. But so Christine says, what about the residents of DC? They have no right? No right to what, Christine? The residents of DC? I've been down there and there's no homes close by. Nobody's being bothered. It's for 2 hours a night. I haven't seen any signs of, I don't know. There's those people on the internet and they go down there and they harass this group. They actually make more noise. This makes more noise when they show up. In fact, I would say this sort of helps the protesters, the vigil, because it creates a lot of noise and ruckus, and then more police come in, and I would argue that the counter protesters are actually helping more because it draws awareness, it brings out more cameras. The more the counter oftentimes with a problem like this, if you consider the J6 vigil crew a problem, ignoring it goes away, right? But they've had these groups come out. This is the largest group yet that has gone out that I've seen to protest. Some of these people have been out other times, and they've been across the sidewalk, and the J6 group just kind of ignores them. They put up banners and things to sort of block the view, and then they do their thing, right? Constitutionally, I believe everyone has a right to voice their opinion, right? So that's what's happening. And both groups were given that opportunity to do that in separate pens, separate playpens, separate, what are they called? What's that term for the kids' pen? The help me out. What are those? The pack and play. That's what I was looking for. They're all given their separate little pack and plays. But this group came in because they wanted to post up in the corner where these people have been there for months, right? And the cops are like trying to just not have to deal with this nonsense and ask politely. Obviously, there's nothing they can do, right? As we see. At some point, they... And D says, civil rights are only for me, not you. Yeah, I'm trying to, I know what you're saying. I understand that's, everyone has civil rights. And this, D Lee, this goes back to one of the things I said once before is, when did we start protesting each other? We always protested the government. You'd go out and protest, the politicians, whatever it is you felt like you needed to protest. But I don't remember in the past us ever protesting each other prior to the Trump era. Right. The police don't care that they don't have a permit. The police made rules for them to be there, knowing that they were going to be there, and said, this is the place that we've assigned for you as long as you follow the rules. The only ones who haven't really followed the rules, from what I've seen, is these counter protesters. But they don't believe in rules. And again, I understand, there's only so much. It is a public sidewalk, right? But what we forget is the whole purpose that this group shows up for is to harass and shut down the constitutional rights of people they disagree with. And the police know that. The police aren't dumb. They know exactly what's going on. They've watched this happen for months. It's really not a protest per se. It is a vigil. Yes, Grace, I agree. They've been holding vigil out there. And the funny thing is I've seen, vigils for people killed by police. I've seen other groups have these vigils. In fact, I followed one in LA one night that started with a vigil with a candle lighting that then turned into parading around LA, breaking windows, destroying property, assaulting people, assaulting journalists, that started as a vigil, then turned into a full-blown protest, assault protest, violence. That's not this, right? So Boxer says the way police handled things was wrong. I'm curious what you thought was wrong about the way the police handled it. Counter protesters want them shut down. I can show you the tweets. I think I can just tell you that is exactly it. They say that they want them gone. They don't hide the fact of what they want. So I've seen so many tweets about the why the Patriot Front hides their faces. Why, and then I see this stuff, which we've been seeing for years now. I find it comical. I really do. And I hope you guys all understand and that, I find it extremely comical too. The Twitter battle is really one of those things that, if you look at it and watch it and see it, and you have sort of a clear mind and understand what it is you're looking at, And you see it from both sides. You see it from everyone. It is a propaganda war on social media. I agree with you. Yeah. DC rats were out there. The DC rats on Twitter are part of this group that's out there.
Hey, thanks for covering up your ugly face.
Oh, he insulted them. That's just wrong. How does he know that they're ugly? You can't see their face. So, this guy was kicked out of 76 movement. Actually, I'm trying to remember. It was 76 yet, or People's Convoy. This woman in green here. She's a regular protester in DC. She shows up at all the events. Here's Bike Tifa, also known as Arlington AF on Twitter. But he don't want you to know that. But he got his helmet camera on and his, I don't know what's going on there. And then the tattoos. And then you've got some of the J6 people. This is Mickey. They're hanging out. And this guy here with the iPad. I don't know if he's live streaming or what he's doing. I haven't quite looked into that yet. I've been kind of busy, but they're upset. It's like, not exactly sure what's happening right here. Oh, that's right. So this one here, Jessica, she gets in people's faces. She got in cops' faces. We watched her get arrested at a protest in DC months ago. She hates the cops, right? But here she is prying to the cops. So it's like, again, this is that I just can't understand how I hate the cops, but then I want the cops to help me because I, got in somebody's face and Tommy here took her glasses. So I show up to harass people, and in return, I got my glasses taken off my face. And here she is crying to the police because I guess he didn't do what she wanted him to do. But that's why she shows her face now, because okay. So let's change this and we'll help you out. Do you want it all capitalized? And let's bring you up because we have a new guest. You really gotta. Oh, you left. Oh, see, that's all they've got. I wish I knew who that was. You never even said hi. Somebody wanted to join me on the StreamYard, but apparently they were just trying to send a message so that you couldn't see it. That's a strong argument you had. Let's put this up. There you go. That's for the Wizzy hater that just came in. You're more than welcome to come back. D for Justice for J6 Terrace says, exactly. But Wizzy does not report the truth. What truth is that, D? D says, Tommy Tatum broke Jessica's glasses. You just proved yourself, Wizzy. One-sided. No, I've seen the video. He took her glasses. I didn't know that he broke them. If he did, okay. But guess what? She instigated everything that she got. And D, I guarantee you won't come up here and have that conversation with me. Are you strong enough to have that conversation? Look. Well, why'd you leave? Their screen name was, don't worry, I'll see you soon. Hey, if that's what you've got, Nancy says, no idea how she feels about police, but she knows the police are there to protect and serve. How many people who are always bitching about the government went ahead and cashed their stimulus checks? Oh, I know, Nancy. I recognize your image there. Your false analogy there is something. Nancy, I have to ask you this, and I hope you answer honestly. Have you ever seen Jessica's work, Jessica in action? Perhaps you are Jessica. No, I know you're not Jessica, actually. But have you seen her in action? Do I need to like dig up those videos and show you like the actions and the words? Tell me what I like. I'm not claiming that she comes from a group of people who claim to hate police and want to get rid of policing in this country. I'm not even broad brushing. I'm saying this woman hates police, yells the most vile, nasty thing at black officers, Asian officers, white officers. She hates all cops. So I find it comical for somebody who wants to get rid of the police. Then that's the thing, Nancy. The only reason she's doing this is because she thinks it's going to affect or get to these people, which she's trying to take away their constitutional right to be there. She does not want them in her town. was that too yeah. You know, it's her town, right? So she hates everyone, Lindu says. Yes, not everyone. But she hates a lot. And it's well documented. So Convite says she triggers you, doesn't she? No, she doesn't trigger me. What see, that's the thing, is like they want to use this thing like I'm triggered. I'm not triggered. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone else sees what these people are about, that run around calling everybody violent. So if you understand the concept of mid-level violence is what Jessica does. She wants to incite violence against other people. She wants to say inflammatory things that get you to retaliate and actually commit violence. That is their goal. Just enough violence from them to get you to be violent back. It could be pepper spraying you. It could be, hitting you. It could be grabbing your personal property. But then what they want you to do is they want you to strike back, which is what Tommy did. Tommy grabbed her glasses from her and broke her glasses. Honestly, kind of lucky that's all it was, right? Because that's their intention. Their intention is to incite violence in people that they claim are violent. Everybody can be violent. You push somebody's buttons the right way, you will see violence out of anyone. Man, woman, child. It happens, right? You want to push people's buttons, you want to trigger them. That's what happens. And this is called mid-level violence. We've seen it for years. We've seen the tactic. You guys are starting to understand, and when you see these events happen, and when you see these actions from these people, you now recognize it before it happens. Words can't hurt. You're right. You know, that's one of those things. They don't. But where I think there's a line, and this is one of the things like we can talk about, is I think that there's a line, and we hear the term personal space, right? When you get up in my face with a bullhorn blaring at me, to me, that's assault. You do not have that right to do that. You shove an umbrella in my face? No, you do not have the right to do that. You intentionally block my line of travel, preventing me from moving in a public space, try to remove me from a public space. That is assault to me. That is a violation of law. And you're more than free to disagree. And I'm happy to have that conversation with you, but it's up to you. You're free to join me or not, and have that discussion. But that's how I see it. That's what I believe. See there? There's the other two National Lawyers Guild lefties. They only support left-wing ideology and left-wing protesters. I don't know if you're aware of that. What about a bullhorn to the ear where one had hearing damage? Isn't that assault? Absolutely. I would absolutely say that's assault. Oh, convites, absolutely. Breaking her glasses is destroying property, destroying personal property. 100%. 100%. I'm not arguing that. While simultaneously, what I will argue and will say is that the police officers know exactly why this group of people showed up there. And if we're going to start handing out citations and arresting people, there's going to be a lot of arrests. And I believe that like what you might argue is happening with the J6ers, these constitutional charges, violating people's civil rights, I believe hold worse charges, maybe. I'm not a lawyer, but it feels like that's worse than breaking somebody's glasses. I could be wrong. But to me, that's the way it feels. So, if she wants to start throwing charges and assault charges, then I think you will see everybody get charges, right? So, what do you think? What do you want to see? Who was it that said that? Convites. Which, by the way, your name's stupid. Because that's all you've got is name calling. You're one of those people. You're actually an NPC. So Sam, I don't, the problem is, Sam, is then somebody's got to moderate, and people, it's like it can't be left unattended. So Bygone says, want to see justice. Bygone, will you join me for a little conversation? I correct me if I'm wrong. I'm taking your comment as that you want to see justice for what Tommy did, or help me, like, what do you want to see justice for? Because that's going to lead me down my next sort of rant for you. The left wants the reaction. Yes, Steve, that is mid-level violence. That is what they're doing. You're the one that's using the term chud, Telescope, because that's all you've got. That's what you've got. That's what you've had and done for a long time. You do nothing but create names and call people names. And you can't even tell me what that is. So, I know. See, again, Telescope, I know you support the folks that come out here and harass people. You haven't acted like, well, you kind of did once in the mall, but not to the same degree. I will say that. But you want the same thing. You want them shut down. You don't want them to exist. Look, she's like blocking the police officer. And the irony of the shirt she's wearing, unfuck the world, she's literally the one fucking up the world. That's the brilliance of this whole thing. It's like, unfuck the world. You are fucking the world, little girl. You're literally responsible for fucking everyone. Your violence and mischief is what helped create. I guarantee, I would say without a doubt, she was one of those people that was dressed in all black, harassing conservatives in the streets of DC, that ultimately led to what happened at J6. She was part of the reason that J6 occurred. She's part of the fraud. She's part of the violence. She's part of the anarchy. And I doubt she could say with a straight face that she wasn't. In her mind, she probably doesn't think she was, because she thinks she's doing the violence and the destruction because of her cause. But again, conservatives traditionally, until January 6th, were not using violence and destruction to protest and get what they wanted. That was this little girl and the people she hangs with, who will be the one who, tells you you're a Nazi racist. This is the problem. Not the guy standing back there casually, not the woman with the live stream camera. this person. Oh, Lindsay, do you want me to show the videos? If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, has historically been seen as a duck over and over again. And it's funny, Lindsay, because I've never, the last thing I do is want to spend the time sifting through footage of DC protesters. I spent way too much time, looking at footage of LA protests. Last thing I needed to do was study, the DC characters. But if we need to pull up footage, I guarantee we'll find the short little fat girl with the tattoos on her legs. If she wasn't fully blocked up, which I guarantee she was fully blocked up, but she sticks out like a sore thumb because she's 5'4". She's hefty. A lot of them are hefty. But she has a very recognizable size. She's not a nurse. Shadow, she's not a nurse. She's an orderly, or what do they call those people that push the surgical patients around? The funniest thing is, Shadow, she literally doxed herself when she got arrested. She yells out her name and all her stuff. It's like, Jessica, don't be stupid. But it was all over the national news. That's why she goes around now without a mask on. And, she doesn't wear a mask for health. She wore a mask to hide her identity up until she gave her identity up because she assaulted protesters and police officers. And when she was finally arrested in DC, then she gives up her information as she's getting called off to jail because she wants the National Lawyers Guild to come and get her out of jail. That's what they do. So, but here, we'll play some more of this. How do we know she didn't break her glasses? I haven't seen actually Tommy breaking her glasses. She probably broke her glasses herself. I know Tommy snatched them off her face. Doesn't mean he broke them, right? By the way, I had my glasses snatched off my face by Antifa protesters right after I was maced. Was it before I got maced? No, I got maced a few times. Pepper sprayed, whatever they use. Yeah, I got maced first. Then my glasses swiped. And then maced again. Yeah. So I know the feeling, Jessica. I totally get that feeling. Yeah. I get you. I didn't see that basement. Do you want to send me a link? We can talk about it. Why don't you come up on stage with me and we'll talk about it. This is a new one. I don't know what you're talking about. I know Ant was there. He had some pretty eyeshadow. It looked like Anarchy Princess did his makeup for him. He looked a lot like her. Less like, he still had a Mimi-esque look, but this was interesting. This guy back here. Yo, we've been here for hours. Well, guess what, hours guy? The group that's there on that corner night after night has been there for months. And this officer knows that. And this officer here, this gentleman who has a very unique uniform on, but he is wearing, like, I've never seen a body camera attached to a t-shirt, But he knows what's been going on. These police officers are not dumb. They've seen it all. They've dealt with Ant and AP and Bike Girl before. Look at this one, hiding her face.
If you just listen.
You know, like, the minute you're violent, I listened to V Radio today, and he said something that really hit home for me, is the minute you're the violent one, everyone knows exactly which side is right. And these guys here, you know they're in the wrong. They know they're in the wrong. This guy here, I can tell he doesn't really consent to everything that's going on. But he's as much a part of them.
All right. Whether you choose to do what you want or not, all I ask you to do, listen. All right, go.
I know you'd think you'd be in better shape riding a bicycle all the time. Just saying.
Peacefully.
That doesn't seem healthy. I don't know what's going on there.
Peacefully. What's your... Actually, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Over there, man. That's it. Right across the street. I need to see you. That's it.
CG Abbott, that's not actually truthful. Because again, you're doing what you do so well, is you're lumping everybody into a broad group. If I said every woman who's married to an older man by plus 20 years, that man that then makes all men pedophiles? No. Right? So it's amazing to me to think that you're so much about your cause and your beliefs that you're willing to literally, this guy here, he's racist, by the way, straight up, right? Which is weird. But that doesn't make this woman a racist. That doesn't make this woman necessarily racist. But that's what you want to do. And you've done it for a long time. Is you create this everyone from January 6th, because I have plenty of video where there's far more people. In fact, 90% of the people were not there. Being violent. And you can't even admit that. See, the problem with your leaving out details is you create a narrative that is factually untrue. And look, I don't like Abbott either, but you're not going to attack her here. That's what happens in these other chats. It's what happens to me when I voice my opinion. It's nice to see you. And it's stupid. I don't do it. Do you want to be an asshole? I guess go be an asshole. What? But yeah, it's they don't believe in mothers, McCamp. Camp. You know, it's La La Land. It's absolute La La Land. But gee, I'd love to see you be honest at least once and actually have a real honest conversation. I know you'll lose half your audience, but have a real honest conversation and admit just some of your details have been forgotten. RT3, I won't do that. I just think to get an objective view, you should show the other side. What do you want me to show, G? It's annoying as fuck. You got your own channel. You go show whatever you want to. I asked you a question. I don't know what you're talking about. Send me a link. You know how to do that. Come up here, show it for yourself. You're welcome to, and we can talk about it. But so far, what I'm hearing is somebody said something to someone else and you're upset. Am I wrong? I know there's no facts in that, but that's you're like, what was the I don't even remember what the comment was. Something like, did you see what so-and-so said to so-and-so? Like, you fucking shitting me, G? Hey, Paige. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. All right. Hey, I got to go pee again. I'm like literally not even half into my orange juice or my lemonade and natty light. It's a natty light, natty light. What do you call that? Lemonade, beer. I don't know, but I got to take a break for a minute. Let's take 5. We'll be back. We're back. We're back. Sorry, I had to take a break there for a minute. Check in on the unicorn. What'd I miss? Kind of want to change topics. But it actually isn't a change of topics. It's actually the same topic. It's this. Oh, my buttons. I wish my buttons were working. I didn't check to make sure everything worked after the. It's still about this. The topic isn't different. It's about perception, right? So it's how one group perceives another group. And there's a perception of you may think you know someone. You may think that you may think that what you see on camera, you may think what you see printed. You know, there's lots of articles about people that are deceptive, untruthful. You know how some people like to connect dots, right? And they go, "Oh, well, this and that, and that's," and this is, you know, the dot creatures can be everything from flat earthers. You know, flat earthers take a little tidbit of something, they go, "Oh, well, that must mean the Earth is flat." Yeah, okay, I get it, but you understand what I'm saying, right? It's that not everything is as it appears. And until you actually really get to know someone, your perception based on what you're told, either by the news media or some journalist who might have leaning in one direction or the other. Apple dumpling, no, I don't believe so. But right now, I was catching the beginning of a live stream, and right off the bat, and the funny thing is I've literally given her the benefit of the doubt that she cannot give to anyone else. And I find it interesting that people's perception of others comes from a place of bias, often built on lies. And it's sad, because this is how we now treat each other. And it does take, I think, a lot of patience to give people an opportunity to get to know them, right? And social media perhaps changed that, right? That's probably one of the biggest changes we've had in my lifetime that but I feel like that's a part of what's gotten us obviously to where we're at. You know, I don't know this woman in the green. I don't know this woman. I don't know this woman. I've met this man. I've heard the words that come out of his mouth. I think I've talked to this woman once. I've never personally talked to Mickey. Certainly never talked to this woman back here. And the guy with his face covered, maybe. Fuck, I don't know. There's no way to tell. Do I hold an opinion of this woman in the green based on what I've seen her do and her actions? Sure, I absolutely do. Because for those of you who aren't aware, this is the woman who had the megaphone in X-Ray's face when he slapped it away and got him in trouble in DC on the mall, right? That's who she is. I think I know who this woman is with the yellow phone, but I'm not positive. And it does not matter to me one bit. But if it is who I think it is, I have a generally sort of same opinion of her, because the mouth moves, the ears don't work, and there's no discourse. It's shout down, shout down, shout down. And I would say the same exact thing for Anarchy Princess. And that's what I'm talking about, is her opinion and her beliefs of people she knows nothing about other than what she's been told and seen on social media. She hasn't spent time having a conversation with Mickey, nor this woman, right? She has not heard their lived experience, right? I haven't either. But I don't go around making presumptions and statements about either one of these people. I don't really make statements about this woman either, other than from the things that we've seen, how she protests and what she does and says. That's it. Destroyer, I welcome you to join me and have a conversation, because I understand what you're saying to a certain extent. Tommy, I've seen that too. I don't remember. I'd pull it up as a reference file, but again, like, I don't know that we need to. Hey, Darlene. Can you give me an example? I know you're not referring to me, but again, Destroyer, this is one of these broad brush statements that when, like this live stream, you put it out there, people see it, and they sort of maybe form this opinion. There's really no fact-based opinion or fact behind what your statement is. Sell the bullshit staged events as reality to push bigger agendas. See, again, you're making a claim that I don't agree with. I don't think you can actually be specific. Especially when it comes to live streamers. Like name a live streamer that fits the bill for having deep ties to politicians. What live streamer would you say that would be? Yeah. Just vile human beings. Is that the one? Yeah. Like how evil do you have to be to attack the mother of a dead woman because you hate her so much? Pull up my Twitter. I lay it all out. Every single one has political ties. Destroyer, what's your Twitter? Remember, we got in trouble going through Twitter like this once before, so I gotta remember to turn off my screen here. Of course it is. Okay. Hang on. I'll put this up on the screen for everybody. Whoa. What the hell happened there? Okay. My God. You really have to make sure that you click on the screen you want to type into. Otherwise, all hell breaks loose. Could you have made it more complicated? Okay. Let's see here. That's bad. Bad way to look at Twitter. Let me do it this way. This is Destroyer's Twitter account. He says, "We are everywhere. We see you. Hashtag Destroyer. He lives in the shadows. He joined November of 2022. Kind of late to the party, huh, Destroyer?" Oh, they know me so well. See, this is what happens when you have an account that looks at everything. Left, right, center. You get all kinds of content. You're not just in an echo chamber. Destroy. I'm sure you're not late to the party. I'm just saying, when your account was created in November of 22, it kind of means that you're kind of new to this. It's a very new account. Perhaps you weren't on. With Destroyer says, laughing my ass off. WYSIWYG live now after being silent for weeks to distract the clown show at Freedom Corner. J6 Vigil. He can push his narratives and perspectives on it all. Interesting move, Wizzy. Speaks volumes to how important it is to you to maintain control of Patriots views with this. Really? Is that what you think? Like, to me, that is no better word to describe, just delusional. So Destroyer thinks that I'm only allowed to live stream when, I don't know, he thinks it's okay, or when it suits his narrative, I guess. Their narrative, I don't know. I'm not allowed to express my voice or my opinion without getting express written consent from Destroyer at Fuck Your Feelings on Twitter. I get it. You're going to get the political ties. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait to see, like, just from this tweet alone, Destroyer, it tells me pretty much what I need to know about you. But again, I only know you from tweets and comments, but I will make a judgment. Is my sound going bad? Let me do something here. I even looked into pardon me, why it's my love-hate relationship with StreamYards. And frankly, I'll stop using StreamYards if nobody, wants to be a part of the conversation. So that's the only reason I have StreamYards, is to give anyone a voice that wants it. But it's not worth the money at some point because it just doesn't. So help me out, Destroyer. Like, guide me to the political live streamers are quickly becoming the biggest threat to our nation. Really? You don't, Destroyer. So you are you trying to protect the mainstream media, who we've learned now isn't showing you everything, isn't telling you all the details, is leaving things out strategically to push their narrative? Scroll down, he says. We need more willing to stand up and speak with logic and reason in ways that destroys the false reality these traitors are selling our nation's people as reality. So this is to Cheeto Rules. Cheeto says the mental illness amongst protesters, streamers, simps, and 99% of viewers is obvious, very obvious. I could count on one hand the amount of people who have called this shit show and participated out for what it is. Called its participants out for what it is. You are one of those, Destroyer. You get some love from Cheeto Rules. Do you think that's some sort of like slam on Trump? Let's see. There's mainstream media blackout on Rock facing kidnapping charges that seem credible enough to have Disney terminate his contract for his part in the upcoming movie. Dots. You know what's funny, Destroyer, is I've met The Rock in person. He's the last person that I would ever imagine kidnapping anyone, first and foremost. Yeah, and tell you stories. But yeah. I find that very hard to believe based on the person that I've met, and something's not right. We'll wait for more to come out. But I can see how, like, Destroyer, let me ask you this. Are you a fan of Ant? AUNT? Hey, Cindy, what's going on? Oh, hang on. You there? You there?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can. Now I can.
Yeah, I know. I'm on my phone because I'm out in the field right now.
All
Not too great on this device. But I had a question. How come you're attacking Destroyer?
I'm not attacking Destroyer. I'm commenting on what Destroyer's saying and what he's written in his tweets here. So you think I'm attacking Destroyer?
I know I can't see his tweets because my phone is like impossible to see what you're
Well,
putting
you
up
can
on
see
your
his
screen.
comments, and so why do you think that I'm attacking Destroyer? How did I attack Destroyer?
Well,
Political live streamers always have political ties. Blue Pill USA Ethan Schmidt posing with Carrie Lake in September. Ethan isn't new to the provocateur game. Wait, so Destroyer, are you using Ethan Schmidt, a fucking loser? Like, that's what you're using as all streamers? Like, one, he's not a live streamer.
No, and neither am I.
He makes these stupid videos.
I don't even do that.
Do you know who the guy is next to him?
No.
Apparently neither does the person who made this post.
Oh.
Okay, so when do we get to the live streamers, Destroyer?
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted, because it's not just you. I've heard a few people that have gone after Destroyer. And I particularly see what he says in chat, and I'm not really keen on it. He seems like a really destructive person. Somebody who likes to attack people or get a chat on a certain page that attacks the person who is doing the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to know your perspective on it.
Apparently I'm not scrolling down fast enough for Destroyer. He says, OMFG, you haven't even scrolled down, in all caps. Well, there's so much good content here, Destroyer. I haven't made it there yet. If you didn't put out such great tweets, maybe I'd be down where you're trying to get me to. What was this one with the ball chess? We're all being played. Divide and conquer. If they keep us fighting with each other, I agree. This is something I agree with you on, by the way. Divide and conquer mechanism: skin color, nationality, sexual preference, profession, language, religion, class, social customs, political identity. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Destroyer, do you spend any time over in G Abbott in her live stream? Because I bet you, if you used your checklist, you could check off a bunch of these over there. What were you saying?
Yeah.
I bet you do.
Well, yeah, I like. Well,
just the way you came in here all hot, like, why are you attacking Destroyer? Tells me everything I need to know that you're not reasonably thinking to the point where you can't tell the difference between attacking and actually calling out what somebody says to either get more information or understand what they're doing. That's not attack.
Well, can
we agree on that, Cindy? I can.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, yes. you hear me?
Okay. Yes, but you're sort of crackling,
good.
so I was just wondering if I was as well.
I know.
But no,
It's the software.
yeah, sometimes you zero in on somebody and you will continue on that person until you find something that everybody will agree this person's a dirty dog. That's I've been watching you for a bit and I noticed that. Am I correct or am I wrong?
No, give me an example, because you've just made sort of assumptive arguments at this point.
And well, you did it to Destroyer, and I noticed you also do it
What
to
did I
GM.
do? What did I do?
Well, we were talking about different things in the chat. We were sort of off whatever. I didn't even catch what Destroyer did that got your goat.
Right.
But
yeah. So you don't
kept continuing
know what's
on
being talked about, but yet you're telling me that I'm attacking people.
Well, yeah. If you had a whole
just
5
think about
minutes
that
of
before you like
No,
you
wait a
agree
minute,
with
wait a
me,
minute.
but then you're like, oh well, yeah.
I know that is me.
Just say,
But
okay, I'm sorry, I shouldn't. I
I know. I'm just saying your chat was going off on a different direction, and you kept bringing
Just
it.
tell me when to
You were
stop,
only
sorry.
talking to the studio. Okay, go ahead.
No, you keep going. I just Destroyer. Tell me when to stop, because I'm not going to read every tweet you have.
I know, and I can't see the fucking comments right now, so I can't even comment on anything. I don't know how to do this because every time I try to do this, I'm out in the field right now, and I'm on my phone.
Okay.
And when I hit a chat, I bump myself out of
Right.
the discussion. Like I can't see comments.
I've shown it before some of the live streams, but you never hit.
I know when you have it up there,
exit. It's just it's the chat bubble down on the bottom of your screen. If you click on it, the problem is on a phone, you can't look at the stream and the chat simultaneously. So you have to pick one or the other. But to exit it, you can go over to the chat, look at the chat for a minute. The problem is also you can't comment as a chatter while you're on the restream. If you had a second device, you could. But
yeah, I don't.
But yeah,
I'm just on my fucking company bought phone. But if you're gonna comment, like say if Destroyer says something and you're gonna say, hey, this is what, could you read his chat? Because I can't see it.
no, I was reading. Let me look. I was reading his tweet here. Caught my eye. No, nothing. Oh, Anthony has some of the most deepest ties out of all of them. Anthony, where you think so? Because how big do you think his audience is? I'm just asking, because I was sort of surprised. It's grown a lot. Where was the Anthony Guerrero one? That was up here.
Yeah, and I know I came in sounding
Right.
strong. Why are you talking Destroyer? No, I mean, my voice should have been, why are you attacking Destroyer? Because I see this guy show up, and I want to know.
Should have chosen a different word other than attack, because we're having discourse through chat. What? So to use the term attack, if we want to be, word people and use words that, it seems like. Okay,
why are you questioning Destroyer? Yeah, why
can't I question? Why can't I question? He makes a comment in my chat that I noticed. Why can't I reply to his comment? Isn't that the back and forth that is part of what is called live streaming, especially this like studio thing that we're doing?
Okay, let me finish what I'm gonna say. Why are you questioning Destroyer? Because I as well want to know what this guy is all about. So I want to know, what are your 6 cents on this guy?
What guy is all about?
That's what I came in with. Sorry.
What Destroyer is all about?
Yeah, and you're right. Words do matter, because what I came in with was totally nobody understood. Because you read people well, Wizzy. So that's why I want to know. What is your sixth sense on this dude?
What, dude? Destroyer? We don't know it's a
Yes,
man or a woman. It's just an account name with Destroyer that is a non-gendered name. It's like Pat. It could go either direction.
That's so funny because I had a
So,
cat named Pat.
you know, again, you're sort of assuming.
Go ahead. Are you still talking? Because I can't hear you.
So, no. So I'm just like, well, I'm gonna ask Destroyer. So, 14,000 followers on Twitter. Do you think he's, you know, like a substantial voice in social media? That's just Twitter. But let's see here. Like, Getter. I
14,000.
find it strange that he has no links to any live streaming, no social media. Let's see. If I go to Getter, is he only Getter? I don't have Getter, so.
Yeah, 14,000 is not a lot, to be honest. How many people do you guys?
No.
I'm Canadian, and how many people do you guys have in your country?
In the United States, there's 360-ish million. Some numbers have said 350, but it's more than that. We have, you know, massive amount of illegals that are living here. We don't actually know how many people are in this country, but the last guesstimate was like 360.
Yeah, because how many people follow you on YouTube?
Not many. Less than right now. That's a little over 16,000 on the channel that I'm on. Yeah, I don't have a big following, which is weird because like for the amount of people that sort of seem to want to attack me, I don't really have that big of a reach. I don't even actually try to reach that many people. But yet they still seem to. Here, me is joining us.
Yeah, because I would say,
hi, me. Welcome.
I would say out of all the YouTubers, out of because I've been following you since the convoy.
Hi, Wizzy.
You're probably the strongest voice, or the most respected, or everybody wants to say, what's Wizzy's view on this? So it is funny that you don't have the following.
Right. I don't have a massive following. And I would argue that neither does Anthony. And I've met Anthony. Anthony was also following the convoy for a while, but
I remember him.
I've seen some of his social media posts, but like Getter seems to be trying to make some point that this guy's politically motivated. Well, I would say, yes, he is politically motivated. He's a conservative, and he's trying to show what's going on the border. Connected to politicians? No. I don't see any, you know, maybe I haven't, you know, do you have some connections or something more than dots? Do you not like him because he's been down on the border showing what's going on with the image problem that we've got going on? But like he doesn't even link to a YouTube. Trying to think, do I know what his YouTube is? Is it just Anthony Guerrero? I don't know. I know I've looked for his. I was surprised that it like he didn't have that many. But he doesn't really. He did live stream a little bit, but I don't think of Anthony as I guess he is like.
He hasn't been around.
Oreo has a bigger following than Anthony.
Yeah, and Anthony hasn't been. I don't know what's going on with him. I haven't seen him in forever.
Well, I think he's working for those news organizations, and so they probably run his content, you know, run his stories. But Destroyer, I'm not here to tell anyone what to think. If you can't put emotions and consider facts aside and consider facts for what they are, you're handicapping yourself from seeing. But Destroyer, what facts? You don't like. I have not seen any facts yet. You make a claim of facts, but where the fuck are your facts?
I know that's why I said, what is your spidey senses on this guy? Because this douchebag shows up everywhere and throws this shit out there, but he has nothing to back it with. He just keeps showing negative content or negative verbiage on everything.
Have you not? You just joined us, Taurus?
Pardon?
Joe Biden just joined us.
Mhm.
Joe Biden, welcome.
So
I don't know.
no. Yeah. My own. I can smell you.
I know exactly who this is. What's going on?
What are you doing, man? I
had you in, I think, 3 beats.
Yeah, I knew it would. I knew it wouldn't take too long. I
made
can't.
that in about 3 beats.
Is it Troy?
No, it's not
This is-
Troy.
This is not Troy. This is definitely not Troy. You would know Troy. Troy has a very Cajun sounding voice.
Yeah, I can't even do Troy either. So, but
Yeah.
oh my God, I figured like, okay, we'd had enough troll time. You know what I mean?
It's not Bill the Baker. Hi, Bill the Baker, if you're watching.
Oh, speaking of Bill the Baker, where is Bill the Baker?
I don't know. Maybe Bill the Baker's busy baking. Doing something better. No.
It's I can smell you, Birdie.
Okay.
I can smell you, Birdie.
How are you? Welcome.
Lordy.
We had another one joining us. You got to unmute yourself up.
See? Wizzy, God give me
disconnected.
props, man. I come up and everybody said, we coming up with you.
I'm more Biden than
Okay.
Biden is, says Mr. Bill. See, Cindy, you have to get you a second device, like a TV or another phone or something where you can watch what's going on.
Destroy. I'm just not finding it. Can you point me, like, give me a little something so I know which tweet it is that you're talking about that has this thread of all the facts and details? Like, just help me out. I literally am just waiting for your stream as I'm trying to live stream. So, you're more than welcome to come up on stream.
It's the story you're trying to promote, Anthony Aguero. I've been watching Anthony quite a bit.
Have you? No. How do you watch Anthony Aguero? Do you watch him on YouTube?
On YouTube, yeah.
You do. Okay.
I subscribe from him, and I have not gotten any notifications in a long time.
Like, yeah, well, I don't get notifications for anything, but
Okay.
I've been watching him, first responder down there, especially since they lifted 42, to see what's going on. And the first night was really slow, of course, but he's really opinionated.
We got D and me have joined us.
He goes to where the action is. So
Anthony knows his shit. So I like first responder when he's in Bakersfield and he's doing his 911 calls. I love that shit.
yeah,
But when it comes to the border, if Anthony came up, Oreo, first responder, I'm going to click to Anthony.
yeah. Well, to be perfectly honest, almost all 3 of those, I'll actually watch the footage, but I usually turn the volume all the way down because there's nothing, it's all about the visual, it's about what's going on. It doesn't really matter what their opinions are. I mean, that's just
Sterling
me.
Ray, did Tommy get arrested? Tommy Tatum?
Oh my God.
I don't
got
know.
breaking news?
I don't know. That's what Sterling Ray's saying. Where
For
did you see
breaking Whistle Girl's glasses?
Yes,
Eddie
Tommy did get
Cunningham.
arrested. Yes.
Oh,
that?
right on. You just said that.
That was
That was me, right?
So all the lefties are just coming in their pants right now. Oh, Tommy got arrested. Who gives a fuck?
Right.
Who really cares? All that's cracks in their turds, man. Who cares?
Right.
Fucking China's getting ready to take our country over, and everybody's still pissing, moaning about this, that, and all the little meaningless fucking shit. Joe Biden's family are members of the Chinese Communist Party. Our president is the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, and you people are pissing and moaning about bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done.
I got a question on here. And I can't, I will not be able to read the comments because I can't. So if somebody wants to read the comments. One thing I want to say, because I am a lefty, and I'm pretty sure everybody probably figured that out. But Joe Biden sucks. He sucks. He's no good. So I know that RFK or Kennedy is going up against him.
Yeah, Bobby Kennedy Jr. Absolutely. Get down with that. I was on the line. I'm on the fence there for a while, actually, between Bobby and Trump. So, yeah.
So how do you get him to run and get Biden the fuck out, man? He's old.
Well, Biden's not going to live that long anyway. He's going to stroke out, you know, probably.
Under 50 years old? Fuck off, man. Don't run our...
He's going to stroke out.
He looks a jackass, even though he's under 50s. But, yeah. Like, can you get this RFK guy in there? Even though
you can direct message me on Twitter with the tweet
Chris
you want me to follow.
Chris actually brought me a couple of Bobby Kennedy Jr.'s books that I can't read because
those were Kennedy Jr.'s books, weren't they?
They sure are. Yeah, the real Anthony Fauci, which I can't read because the print is so fucking small. I can't read it, so I'll have to watch it on audio or whatever. Or listen to
it. No, I get it.
Books on tape.
Yeah, when Wizzy was showing that Twitter thing,
get out my laser disc, plug in my 8-track.
Yeah, mine is 20,000 is your print. Are you kidding me? I can't see it. So I will go. It's like, I hope you don't delete this tweet or this stream. And when I go home in 2 weeks, I can go home and look at it on my big screen TV because that's what I do. I'm visually challenged.
Gotcha. I would go directly to Twitter and look at it there. That would probably be the best way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do have Twitter.
But Chris, I know you love fucking with the trolls, man. That's just your thing. People have to realize because
it's not my thing. I don't like, but if we don't talk to one another, you know,
sure.
what else are we gonna, you know?
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Here, you know.
Well, unfortunately, I can't see Al. I can't see AG. I can't see a couple of others that everybody can see because you know I took your advice way back when. I'm like, yeah, good idea. They're not in my life,
right?
And that's cool.
Al Munson, it's GRAH. God rides a Harley.
Oh, I think they like to call me Grab.
Rides a banana.
Yeah,
I don't see Al Munson because I blocked him because he always puts me down.
He's just.
Al's a piece of work. Al's a piece of work. He's one in a million.
As we say here in Oklahoma, he's a little dandy.
I know. I love him because he doesn't just put me down; he puts everybody down. So
he's a little dandy.
He hates everyone.
Yeah, good for him. He doesn't. He's not.
At least he's consistent. At least he's consistent.
So I'm going to throw something out there. If everybody in here wants to say who is on YouTube right now from where we were watching it from the Convoy stuff, who's the grandfather of Convoy? Put one if it's Wizzy. Who are we always looking for? Gets up here and then we're all pay attention. It's like, oh my God, he fucking came on.
But see, that's the thing is like, to me, that's a very left-wing attitude to think that the convoy doesn't define me.
It's a convoy. Cindy. Okay. I should have
worded to me. That's like nothing defines me other than what you don't know about me. That's what defines me.
And there's so many different ways you can consider
you think
something.
You know the guy that you see on a live stream. That's not me.
Okay, I have to word it differently.
I'm actually quiet, funny. You know, I crack dad jokes. I work hard. I make friends quickly, but I don't keep friends. You don't really actually know much or anything about me, Cindy. And to me, that's sort of the problem with many of you from that side of the aisle is that you make these assumptions about people And you say the darndest things.
Okay, but Wizzy, I'm going to call you. You're the one that said, "Hey, I have to talk to them." So you can't
No. Yeah.
You can't
No, I
keep
get that.
talking bad about them and expect them to want to talk to you. You see how that works?
But Gra, I'm going to say the same thing. What have I said bad?
No, I know. Oh, I know. And you nailed it earlier, because they have a mouth, but they don't have ears. And I'm not
Right.
saying they as in everyone, but there's.
Well, they hear what they want to hear.
Yeah. And when
they interpret what they see, flip it and twist it. Gra,
well,
my favorite thing from the Trump from the Trump town hall meeting with CNN. Do you remember what it was?
No.
Drill, baby, drill.
It was when Trump talked about how Vice President Pence could, I'm not going to use the right words here, had the power to stall and send those states back that were questioned. And the interviewer, I can't remember her name, said no, he didn't have that. And Trump's like, he didn't until they changed the rules. They changed it just before that. And she's like, no, they didn't. They strengthened them. Right? And he goes, right. See, there you go. You said it. They changed the rules. They changed the rules of the game mid-game. And she goes, no, they strengthened them. She used a different word, and that was my favorite. That's my favorite moment. Literally exposed themselves.
Yeah. We're in an election moment right here in my province, and it's like we are so seeing so much, because it is, as let's just say our province turned into the United States. Trump versus Biden. That's how fucking real it got right here, right now. And you can just so see the bullshit. The bullshit in what they're saying, you just have to keep an open mind and say who is saying what and who is doing what. But you know what? It doesn't matter what anybody says. They are saying what they are saying to get your fucking vote. But when push comes to shove, what are they going to do? I know, and I got to say that, Wizzy, when you said,
and how much, like, since you're sort of you're Canadian though, right? So your left is actually right and your right is actually left, just so everybody understands that. But in the traditional sense of politics, you fall to a more left-wing U.S. standard, correct? If you were in the United States, if you were an American, you would be more of a left-wing Democrat, whatever. As
no, that's questionable. Because
what?
Obama pissed me off. Because Obama said no to our pipeline, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? Because I'm in a province which the pipeline, the oil and gas, it's all important, and Obama was against that, and so is Joe Biden. So in your country, I would be a right wing. It's like, what the fuck? And in my country, I don't know. I would not be a left wing. I would be an NDP, which is about workers. It's about the working class people. And that sort of sense.
So complicated.
Okay. I know it is.
Because when you come onto an American live streamer's live stream and you say you're a leftist,
yes,
that means something so fucking different than what you just said, that everyone watching hears leftist in the sense that American leftists, and that you and I would disagree probably. Well, I don't know, because I'm not really, but you understand my point. Words matter.
Yes.
Hey, Tuck. Hey, buddy.
Obama fucked Canada and fucking USA when he said no to our fucking Pop Biden. It didn't come with Biden. It came with fucking Obama.
Okay. So
yeah,
I don't even remember now that Tucker's come in, and I don't even remember where I was going with my line of questioning. Oh, well, which doesn't matter now because it doesn't work because you're not actually left wing. I was curious to hear your take on the Durham report and what was found out, and how, the FBI deceived everybody, helped the politicians, helped the news organizations to deceive the American people to believe Trump was some Russian, whatever, and it's all bullshit. And yet, here we are with the G Abbotts and the people who haven't quite seen the light of day to realize how they've been lied to and manipulated. And, what's it going to take for people to really sort of start to understand where we're at in this country and why it occurred, why January 6th happened, why the Durham report is important to show that, one, nobody gets fucking charged with anything in this country when they commit crimes. And yet Tommy Tatum's in jail for taking glasses off, a fucking terrorist. So help me understand. That's what this stream is entitled. Help me understand this, because I don't fucking get it. And nobody does, by the way. Oh, Alex Jones has just joined us. Let's see who Alex Jones is.
Oh my God. I'm on an important live stream right now.
Gay frogs. It's the gay frogs. It's a resurrection. It's a gay frog resurrection. And if anybody's at the Capitol, all you have to do is look and see if they had frogs in their pants. It's a gay frog resurrection. And they're out to get us. And the world's going to come to the end soon. And people are in the woods and they're having bonfires and they're burning babies. They're burning babies.
No, they're not.
That was a halfway decent. It wasn't.
I can't do Alex Jones
enough, but that was not bad. Can you come back as Tucker Carlson?
No, I can't do Tucker. Ain't no way.
Just laugh.
Yeah,
that's sinister giggle.
So, speaking of which, he's on Twitter now. Does Twitter have
that's where he's headed. No, it seems like this is something that they're going to try and do. I don't know. You saw the same thing I did. But I'm sure they have to figure out a way for him to monetize, make money off of it.
Well, I don't think
since Tucker announced, now you've got this new CEO coming in who's sort of the head of marketing and advertising for Twitter that,
Yeah, and who was it? She's a part of the WEF. Did you know that?
Yes. I saw, I saw the uproar. Like, again, here's the conservatives. Here's, just about everybody getting upset about this woman who they don't know anything about other than some stories that were written. Right. And I don't support the WEF. I think that's all nonsense. And I think, very, very much a problem for us. But you want dinner, don't you? I know the dinner look. How those teeth look.
What is Fox nowadays? And what is?
Can you speak?
CNN.
Speak.
I just watched something the other day, and CNN said, "This is such a Fox, whatever."
Speak. Good boy.
Everybody's fucked up right now.
All right. I'm gonna go mobile. Here.
Okay. So somebody just threw something out on CNN right now that was such what people are used to Fox doing. And it's like CNN is not even CNN. Okay, I am a lefty. And CNN is not a lefty right now. And Fox was supposed to be the right. CNN was supposed to be the left. And then we all watched the CTV or whatever to be in the middle. Everything's fucked up right now. Sorry, chat. I can't see chat right now. Just So anybody on the panel? We have one other person, and you're not talking. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Oh, I gotta wait for Wizzy. So if I hit chat again, I think I'm gonna bot me out, and I don't want to bot me out right now. Gotta wait till Wizzy comes back to see if you guys can still hear me.
All right, can you guys hear me? Cindy, where'd you go? We lost Graw. Now we got two Cindys.
Oh shit. How do I get rid of one of me? I thought I just did something.
That's okay. Here. Now, okay, so are you still there?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, you're fine. Yeah, no, it's good. Yeah, somehow, I don't know how you got up there twice unless you had two devices, but that was interesting.
I only have one. I only have.
Well, I would imagine you didn't, but
yeah, I was just explaining. I don't know if anybody heard me because I went to chat.
No, we didn't hear you because somehow you went over and then it didn't dump you, but you came back as another Cindy.
Yeah.
I think it's just a glitch in StreamYard, but
yeah. So what's our next conversation on?
Sherry, you can come on. There's really no limit to who can come on.
Mm-hmm. So I have a question to ask. How many people are into the J6 corner, and can you answer that via voice? Because I can't see the chat. If I hit chat, I'm blocked out of here. I'm knocked off. And why are you into this? I have a question. And I have a question. Can you guys hear me right now? I'm waiting.
They can hear you.
Okay. So I have a question. And this is probably going to get me on the bitch. Cut her out of our fucking life, bitch time. Okay. My question is, the whole Justin, we all know about Justin is in jail. And apparently Justin, we're going to hear an interview tonight on AP whatever, Defender fucking Ants, and about this guy. Oh, wow. He's going to tell all his stuff, but he's in mental. This guy is going through, and I seen it. He is in he's in mental distress. He doesn't know what's up, what's down, what's right.
Who is Justin?
Who is Justin? Okay, Justin is a guy. So I'm just pausing on that because I heard a lot of background.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was popping the garage door open.
Yeah.
So when you say Justin, who are you talking about?
Yes. So if you watched it from, I don't know who Justin is on the J6 or on the TLC. No, on the TLC, I don't know who Justin is, but on the J6. Justin was that handsome guy who showed up. And if you guys all watched, and when Wyckoff got his phone punched in his face, that's Justin.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
Okay. So you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so,
I do.
Yeah.
He was in and around 1776, and then he was one of the ones that went out when they
they sought help from people calling the veterans hotline to get help for the veterans in the DC jail.
So you know who Justin is.
I do. I now know who you're talking about. Hopefully, everybody else does too.
Yes. Okay. Does everybody else know? Because I can't read the chat. Does
and
everybody
Gracie
else
said
know
he's the one who hit Wyckoff. I don't know that I'd call it a hit, but yes.
Yeah.
Whatever.
That is the person that you know of. Somebody that was involved in the Wyckoff incident.
Yeah. He
So
his phone away.
So this guy, now we see him on the corner and we see him with the white flag, but he's doing his thing. So now we haven't seen him for a bit. And then all of a sudden, oh my God, like AP wants to go low on this. I'm going to go low on this. So all of a sudden, AP shows up and talks about this bullshit. And why did this fellow reach out to AP and to Ant? Probably because I'm thinking everybody else, like, and I am not for the side, just so you guys know, the Nikki, all the.
So let me ask you this. Do you support their right to go out and hold the vigil nightly while their people are in jail? Now, I'm asking you this question.
Sorry.
You don't have to. You don't.
I'm on a phone now, so I gotta.
All right.
Okay, so
you don't. I'm not asking whether you support the J6 people or not. That's not the question. No. Do you support their right to go out there and have the vigil?
Fuck yeah. I'm a protester. Okay. And if you believe in anything you believe in, you go out there and you do what you have to do. So Justin was this guy, and
do you think they're violent?
I would say Tommy is, and maybe that other guy is, but I don't know.
So
you know what?
Can you think back to an instance where Tommy was violent without having somebody being violent towards him?
Yes, exactly. That's what I was just gonna say. What you said was.
So you can't. You can't think of a time where Tommy instigated violence towards somebody who wasn't instigating violence towards him. And again, I'm not defending Tommy. I'm just looking for an instance where Tommy was the aggressor in a situation.
Well, this glasses thing, I don't know what portrayed before that, because everything that I'm seeing, I'm only seeing one side, right? Because that's all they show us.
Well, right. That in order to create a narrative, you have to destructively edit any context out of video in order to just show what it is you want to push as your narrative.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. And that is, so I can't say A or B, because we're only seeing what the live streamers are throwing out there.
Correct. And as somebody who's been out there live streaming, you can't capture absolutely everything. You certainly go out and try, but like I was showing Stormtrooper's video, like he's hand off looking at the cemetery when all the good shit's happening to the left of it. And he's not trying to show us. He's just, I don't know what he's walking down the street not paying attention. And it's not easy. I get that. I've been there. I have the experience. It's not easy to do, and you hope to capture everything, but sometimes you can't. And then you also have to make decisions as to what you're going to do in order to capture some of those things. Are you going to break the law yourself in order to capture it, or are you going to go, yeah, I'm not willing to do that in order to get the shot?
Yeah, that's so true. So I just want to ask this question, and I can't see your response because I can't see the chats. On the whole AP and Justin thing, do you guys think
that anybody's actually following that nonsense? Because it's all just drama at this point.
Well, right? She asked
her, who gives a fuck?
Is she taking advantage of him, or what the fuck?
Who cares? Why do you care? Tell me why I should care.
Yeah, thanks for saying that.
Can anybody in the chat tell me why I should care about that? I watch these clips that get put on Twitter of Lazy Gamer, and I go, why the fuck does this guy give two shits about any of this? I know what kind of time it takes for him to sit down, write this drama, and create these videos. Well, we know why he does it, because he gets views, he gets money, coffee, the things like that. That's his motivation. He can probably give two shits about any of it. It doesn't affect his lazy gamer ass life and how he spends his day. But he found a niche and he does his thing, right? So why does any of it matter? Why tell me this? And you're the only one here, so anybody in the chat is more than welcome to come up and answer. Somebody tell me, why do any of these people give two shits about a dozen people hanging out outside of a jail singing songs?
I don't know. But if you look, they sometimes have 300 to 274 peoples in their chat. Because did he just go live and just go live with this fucking special video that they have?
Yeah, they're doing some interview with some woman who's not showing her face. Who the fuck knows who it is?
Okay, I didn't even know.
Yeah,
I thought it was
a replay or something later. But I heard her at the beginning while I was taking a break, carrying on about being so nervous, talking like she literally started out, and that's what I was talking about, was her delusional beliefs of people that she knows nothing about is what drives her. And the fact is that she doesn't know the people. She doesn't know you. She doesn't know me. She doesn't know anybody. And words apparently hurt her, even though she's the one that uses words in the most vile, fascist way.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm sort of like, I'm trying to understand this. But, and like I said, I've given her the opportunity to, for me, I've not passed judgment, because I'm told I don't know her. I just see what I see on camera, that's not really her. I'm like, okay, fine.
Yeah.
I will cut her some slack. I will, not pass judgment. I might comment about the things that I see her do, but that's it.
Yeah, and so if they all roped it up, and everybody thought, oh my God, they're going to have an online video of Justin in his jail. So now it's this chick that, what's her?
What's who? Cindy, we lost you there for a minute.
Sounds like those two, Ant and AP, just sold a bunch of people out.
Really? You think?
It does. Because we all thought they were going to have Justin live. They didn't have Justin live. They had this chick. Who the fuck is this chick? Who fucking cares about this chick?
Hey, Defender of Ants, before you say a word, just know that I know who you are, because on my phone it shows me who you actually are.
Wizzy, you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, but I love you. You're a piece of shit.
Mr. Bill, how are you?
Oh, hey, pretty good. Thank you.
I'm glad you're here.
I know. Isn't it so fucking stupid?
And by the way, Crazy, you have the ability to bring them up. You can do that. Thank you for letting me know, though.
Yeah, it said only the host could, but anyway.
Well, no, Crazy is capable of doing that too.
This is how legends are made. I was crying yesterday. I was crying.
That sounds like Biden there that I'm hearing sort of a
tears of joy. I was crying tears of joy, driving down the road in my van. You're a piece of shit, Wizzy. I love you.
Copy that, crazy.
If you think of it, what does the left and the right all have in common? Fake news. AP and Ant, yeah, all just did fucking fake news, man.
Yes.
Fuck
and,
y'all.
And Ant is the biggest purveyor of it.
You just premiered fake fucking news.
I'm sure I'll get a chance to take a peek later and see, what that is all about. But
yeah, me too. I'm on my phone, so I can't. I'm pretty sure Auntie Vaughn, who fucking hates my guts, is going to go on and all about this. Hi, Auntie Vaughn. And just so you know, take care of your dogs. Don't put the big one in a cage and let your other ones piss on piss pads. Teach your dogs how to pee outside. Your legs may work for 13 minutes. Teach your dogs how to pee outside, okay? Or just fucking open a door. And don't think you're like Vanderpump. You got a fucking settlement and you fucking blew your settlement on buying Ant fucking tires for $300, which you think is a big thing. Dude, really? $300. $300. Are you kidding me? I pay $300 for my fucking shoe lifts. Not even my.
Hey, Wizzy, do you want to know my answer to your question earlier about why I think they're people go after the people that are protesting the J6 people?
Yep.
Yes, I absolutely want to hear that. I was just getting back up into the studio here.
No worries.
Tell me, Bill.
It's not so much the people there that they're trying to stop from protesting, but they want to sort of make it look like it's a bad thing to do so that nobody else joins them. It doesn't become kind of a big movement, basically. Like sort of, if I go there, then I'm going to be attacked or I'm going to look bad or whatever. They make it look like it's a bad thing to do. Everybody sort of knows there's nothing wrong with protesting, but they,
what?
That's a fear in people's minds.
I got to push back on that a little bit because why is it they can only do it like on their day offs? If they were really committed, they'd be there every freaking night, just like Mickey and everybody else is in support. Yeah. So they're not that, in my opinion, they're not there for that. It's straight up grift, Saturday and Sunday.
And I might actually add that them going out there might actually grow support of conservatives going out there.
Absolutely, it does draw
to stand alongside of them. Seeing the counter protesters out there might actually get people to come out and support them.
Absolutely,
and in fact,
right.
I think we've seen that happen in the past.
Yeah, I mean the normies, for lack of a better name, I think are still going to sort of be to some degree and everything. They don't want to. They'll still support the J6, on the Twitter and things like that, but they're not going to show that.
The old saying, saying is bad publicity is publicity. Period.
Right. So, it's still publicity.
Exactly. Oh, that's right. That's why I go there. Sleep in my van.
So do you guys support the J6?
I do.
Not the violence, but
Oh no! Yeah, of course.
The people that made it look like it was okay for them to come in or whatever. At that point, there's like, okay, they're letting us in. Those people, I say.
I think, and this is my opinion, I think it was one of the greatest day in the history of this country. That's my opinion. And let me tell you what: if it goes down, what happens if they steal it again? 24. That's going to be nothing but a fucking J6 will be nothing but a picnic.
YouTube, we're talking about June 6th, not January 6th.
I have to disagree with you on it was a steal, but I agree with you on the whole fucking protest thing.
All
it's
right.
Like,
so you think can we talk about this, Chris? Can you think it was a legit 81 million people voted for basement Biden?
Well, actually, I don't know because on that I don't know, but I just think it was great that a bunch of people came out and said, you know what? You want to see a protest? This is your protest. I'm into the protest part of it. Not that.
Okay, well, let me ask you this then. Why do you think they were protesting? What was it about?
They were angry. They were angry that
why?
they didn't win.
At what? Why?
Not that we didn't win. That people.
No,
didn't win.
let her answer, Bill. Why was 400,000 people angry?
Because they thought they won, but they didn't win. But they were angry. They were angry and they're showing their anger. That is what I'm about.
Yeah, Mr.
That's
Bill.
absolutely 100% incorrect, though. See, that's actually how many leftists here in the United States see what happened on January 6th. And that is in fact not the case. In the broader sense, it minimizes it to something that creates and pushes that narrative. Conservatives have never, like, as a country, Americans have never protested an election in the United States, as far as I'm aware of. Would you all agree with that?
Back in 1800, there was that big fight between Jefferson and Adams, where the whole nation was like against each other at that point there. But
other than Hillary, still to this day, Hillary still says that her election was stolen. To this day.
Politicians have done those types of things. The hanging Chad with Bush and Gore, right? You know, we had a lot of that.
But to have people actually show up,
too, you know, the Dems used it to try to change voting and what they call voting rights. I think that was partially what they were doing.
Yeah,
but I think we saw something very different with the 2020 because closed circuit TV, mail-in ballots, all of these pieces of that puzzle, and in very specific states and counties,
many pieces to that puzzle. So many pieces.
And there's so many little breadcrumbs, as our favorite Aunt AUNT would say, dots. That is what conservatives, Trump voters saw, right? And were outraged that they could see these things.
Yes.
And the lawsuits were ignored. The evidence was ignored. And the simplest was, well, if you really did win and you really did get all the votes, then you should be able to clearly show how you got them and show everybody that it was legit. And that would put an end to the conversation.
It's kind of hard to do, Chris, when you're up against big tech. You're up against the White House. You're up against the DOJ. You're up against the CIA. You're up against the FBI.
Because as we saw, the FBI wanted to circumvent the election. They wanted to have a hand in what was going on. Durham report just showed us that.
Up against mainstream media.
Leftist nut jobs picked up on that and yelled Russia, Russia, Russia.
Yeah,
constantly.
Yeah. We were all conspiracy theorists.
CNN, even though MSNBC, Rachel Maddow, you know, Lamont, you know,
Donnie. Have you heard an apology from those networks yet? Have you heard an apology from any? I haven't.
No, and you won't.
No,
you won't.
Yeah, are they going to give back those Pulitzers?
You know what? You know what, Mr. Bill? I don't even need an apology. I just want to see arrests. I want to see people held accountable.
Not going to happen. Never going to happen. Never, ever going to happen.
And
you're going after everybody else for defamation. I think there should be some defamation on the mainstream media side of things. But
what they did to Alex Jones, they should be paying hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars to the American people. But guess what? That's all our money already. We just screw ourselves even harder. Hang them from gallows. It's treason. That's what it is.
It is.
And these agencies, I can understand why they want to shut down the FBI. Because they cannot be trusted. They will never be trusted again.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to pat myself on the back, okay, For 2.5 years, I've been saying that Joe Biden and his family are members of the Chinese Communist Party. You can't get a monthly allowance from your mom and dad and not be part of that family for the past how many years?
Come on.
Right.
30 years.
And I asked
his granddaughter was
doing, and the Al Munsons, when are you going to step up and go, okay, I've seen enough evidence with the bank records and all the things that have come out. When are you going to say, okay, I get that there's something wrong here?
Yeah, and that shouldn't go left or right. That shouldn't matter. Whenever they keep saying we're still in their democracy, that's bullshit. Everything they say is what they're doing. But the fact is, something like that shouldn't matter if you vote left or vote right or whatever. If they weaponize the FBI, the DOJ, and the CIA, we're done for. If we don't do something about it, and it really is, it's going to come down to it. If they don't drain the swamp this time, we the people will.
Maybe.
I hope so.
Driver, what state are you in?
And that goes right back to why I'm saying it. All this other stuff about who broke whose fucking Fendi sunglasses. Who gives a fuck?
No,
Right?
Well, are
You
they
know,
50 cents?
yeah.
But see,
I love it. I went to this aggressive, really violent riot, and my sunglasses got broken. Call 911, motherfucker. Really, I know I'm old. In my day, though, when we used to line up on opposite ends of the parking lot when we were in school for two different schools and just walk towards each other. And if you got to walk away, you did all right. Half the time I did, and half the time I didn't. But that was then. This is now. Now you don't touch me. You touch me, I'm going to call Joe Biden. Come on. You're lucky that's all I got broken was your sunglasses. No matter who you are. I'm not saying that against a woman or anybody. I'm just saying who are you going to go out there and complain that you broke? Oh, I broke a nail. Call 911. Fuck.
And the funny thing is, the liberals I watch on Twitch poll.
Actually, yeah.
I know, but my question is how he felt so comfortable to do that in front of the cops. And then that other guy, I'm not familiar with his name, the one that his family is all against him, said to the cop, hey, dude, you better fix this. Because, it almost sounds like the J6 people have the cops in their pocket. And
God, man. Let me get back to
you
my
think
thing.
so? You don't think the cops are in the pockets of Antifa and every other group that protests in DC? The cops are about themselves. They do what they have to deal with the situation. Mr. Bill, I want to ask you a question. You ready?
Yeah.
And Gra, you'll probably remember this. Do you remember the interview with the girl in the black see-through skeleton shirt from hi Tammy, welcome, from Villain in LA at We Spot 2?
It was trans or had a good conversation about.
Well, yeah, she said she was non-binary.
Yeah, but I remember
you remember her, right?
Yeah, it's the same person I'm thinking of. Yeah.
Gra, do you remember that?
Vaguely, just vaguely.
I think it was just outside of the Wee Spa.
Right outside the door.
Over there. At first, she didn't want him around, but then he sort of.
And then she had a little conversation.
Excuse me.
All right, somebody's phone's vibrating. What's on your mind, Tammy?
Maybe that's vibrating.
That's me.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
It's Sandy.
Well, this is Tammy.
Hi, Tammy. How are you?
Hey, good. How are you, Izzy?
Doing great. Thanks for joining us.
I know you don't know me at all because I don't really ever comment, but I've been watching you since Hagerstown or way back in the very beginning. But anyway,
Yeah.
When a person goes to a protest, they know that they're going to cause trouble. You know, like some of these people, like Whistle Girl. You know,
Mm-hmm.
if you go there with the intent to aggravate somebody and piss somebody off, you're trying to get them to hit you. So isn't that provoking?
It is. That is provoking against the law. Is there a law that says, like, I think there's laws for just about anything. Incitement, it would be, I think, called incitement versus provoking.
Well, in DC, they make up the laws as they go.
I agree with that. I agree with
Well,
that.
so it reminds me kind of like when you were in grade school, and if two people were involved in a fight, they're going to send you both home. They don't care who hit first.
Right.
Right. They're going to be like, well, you defended yourself and hit back, so we're going to suspend you too. So what does that say to a person that's like, I need to defend myself so I don't get beat up or killed? Are we not able to say, wait a minute?
I totally get what you're saying. Yeah.
Nowadays, they want the people to walk away or whatever as their first. Somebody hits them or whatever. They're supposed to walk away. Anyway.
You can try to walk away, but
if you can't,
these people come after you. Like you see, like right here at the vigil, they come up there and they get right in your face, and then they say, "Don't you dare touch me." And I'm like, well, get the hell out of my face then.
Right. They're putting their face up into yours and forcing you backwards. Right.
So, right. They have their rights to.
It's an act of aggression.
Exactly. So it's what's gotten divided in my thoughts is they have their rights. They can say what they want to. And I'm like, well, don't I have mine too?
That's where I get lost in this is
that right there.
They claim that the insurrectionists, right? The chasers are insurrectionists. They don't believe, in America.
Well, first of all,
they don't believe in freedom is one of the things that they'll use.
Well, you know what I would like for those people to know? To go back and look at those individuals that came over here and fought all up and down the eastern seaboard, and those families that died, those babies that died, those mothers that died, and all those men that were out there fighting to get our freedom from England. And if they knew any of this stuff, these stories, I mean, just listening to Daniel Boone to hear the stories of what
they've already killed the conversation though, Tammy, they're all colonizers.
Right? What is
a conversation? Yeah.
A colonizer is somebody who came to this country and exploited the land and built the cities that we have. So they always use the term colonizers along with, indigenous land and, this is
enslavers.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's trying to insult you because you're the white man and you've stolen land from, I didn't steal land from anybody. I bought 2 houses.
That's exactly right.
I hadn't stolen shit. That's the last thing I do is steal anything. But that's the lunacy of some of these protesters. They live so far in the distant past or the far past that they're not even like in reality anymore.
They're not actually going back far enough, if you ask me, because those people that came over here were not people that were saying, let's go steal somebody's country. Those people were fleeing the trauma that they were dealing with. And can you imagine, Wizzy, back in that day, maybe a man would be brave enough to do it, but I don't see women and children doing it. But they got on those boats and went across the freaking ocean for God knows how long before they got here. Now, you know that had to be scary.
Right.
These people were fleeing England.
Life was not easy. Tammy, I
Yeah.
went to Nicaragua a few years ago.
Really?
And one of the first things I noticed as I traveled around Nicaragua, we went to Esteli, through Granada. But the first thing I noticed is so many of the people there that you see on the streets day in and day out, the one thing they have to do is survive every single day.
Yeah.
It's literally about survival. It's about having fire to, make food and water. They don't have running water. They don't have electricity. It's very much a third world country, and every day is just about survival. And I would say that's the closest I've ever been, not living that personally, but seeing that, to imagining what it was like back in the day, 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Right.
Every day was just about not dying.
Exactly. That's another reason that human beings worked together then. And I think with these people that you say about this colonist stuff, I'm sorry, but I'm not a politically correct person.
You don't have to be.
Because I didn't grow up in that era, and I'm like, you people making up all these brand new words and trying to get us to change our grammar. Well, it's just not going to happen. So
It's on purpose. It's
well,
on purpose.
It's a whole generation that
They
went
control the
through.
speech. It's in order to control you, Tammy.
It's 3-year-olds standing in the corner stomping their feet.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I see.
And we've
now.
allowed it to carry on, and it's grown, and it's just gotten further out of control. Is the adults in the room aren't standing up and saying no, they're bowing to it.
That's true.
And
I think,
and then the argument is, Tammy, you're old and you're unwilling to change. You have to be willing to change because times change. No,
well,
you're using a false analogy. You're a false argument here to control people, and that's not true.
Okay. If I'm old and I'm unwilling to change, you know what I have to say to that child? You're still green behind the ears and you don't know jack shit yet.
Right.
I guarantee you probably don't know how to balance a checkbook.
I guarantee you're probably right. And their lived experience is a very short duration compared to ours, right? And as I've gotten older, I've understood what lived experience is and why I wished I would have listened to people who were much older than I was. And I actually did for many things. But you never want to, when you're young, listen to somebody who's got the lived experience. But if I could go back, that's what I'd want to do is have the lived experience to start over again. But you're not created with lived experience. You might have like some deep bedded emotional or
wisdom,
whatever memories back there, but you may not have access. But yeah.
So wisdom comes with age, right? I mean, it's not that we want to criticize this generation or whatever. I look at them in pity because they're lost souls, Wizzy. And it's like, we need some people that don't have lost souls that still understand we need to love each other, And you know what, Wizzy? I'm hoping that we do, because aren't we now entering the age of Aquarius?
I don't know what that is, honestly.
I'm not going to start singing that. I'm not going to start singing
I've never understood what that is. What is the age of Aquarius, Tammy?
Well, it's a time when chaos comes to an end, and it's a happier living time. Now, it takes a little while because we just left the Piscean age. It takes a little while to blend over. They reckon it to like if you're remodeling your house and everything is all destructed, in chaos at the time, but as you go through it, you come out on the other side and it's going to be beautiful.
Yeah.
So that's what
I get that. Okay. I like that analogy. I have mass on that. I've been there. I've done that. And it is a wonderful thing, especially when you can imagine what the outcome is going to be. It gives you great motivation to get there through hard work.
Yeah, it's just kind of like a marriage or a relationship or anything else. If you know you got 50 years to go, but year number 22 is going to be rough, you just float through it till you come out on the other side.
Yeah.
Wizzy, have you ever heard that country song? It says, if you're going through hell, keep on going. You might get out before the devil even knows you're there.
I've heard that. I don't know the song. I don't listen to a whole lot of country, but I've heard that.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, I thought. So anyway, when the
country wisdom.
Yeah, I guess
there's something to, you can take something from everything. You can find the good in everything and everyone.
You can either look at that part of life.
Let's see if you can add it, Lacey. Crazy. See if you can add Lacey in. I'll let you do Cindy. You can work on Cindy. We'll bring Lacey up with us. Lacey, welcome. How are you? It got quiet.
Gotta hit unmute or something.
Yeah. Lacey, when you're ready, you can unmute. But yeah, Tammy, I think, there's a silver lining in every dark cloud, right? It's all of those things. I got in trouble a long time ago for saying that I didn't think that Antifa members were bad. I think that their approach to getting what they want is bad. But I think ultimately they have people's they have this want for a better place, a better world, and it's how they go about it that is wrong. They've alienated so many people in doing that. And I would say the same thing for so many of the quote unquote patriots out there that have alienated conservatives from the normies as well.
Can I give you an example of what you might mean by that, Wizzy?
Yeah,
like at
absolutely.
School board meetings, I see a lot of stuff, mainly in the Bible Belt, where they're trying to go against kind of some sort of woke issue or whatever it might be, but then they bring up Bible verses and this and that and the other thing. I'm like, that's not how you change the narrative at a school board meeting. I mean, you can believe all that stuff, but when you do that, it sort of say, oh, this is person or that. The reason everybody's for that issue is because of a biblical thing, not a strictly moral thing, that they might be fighting for, or a school-based thing. They're fighting for it for a crazy reason, We see the same thing about the left for some of their crazy reasons why they support certain woke issues also. I think
it's ideology, right, Bill? It really becomes sort of, everybody has their idols. Ideology more than ideology. But it is the ideology of beliefs in both segments. And to appeal to a broader audience, you have to sort of eliminate those things and
come closer to the middle. Yeah,
right.
That's my belief, but
yeah,
I agree with you there, Wizzy. I mean, because I'm a religious person, I was raised a Christian, but that's not the underlying thing. We're a human race. Right. We're human beings. You can believe in whatever God you want to believe in. You can be spiritual or you can be religious. People all have a belief. There's no reason to cut each other down. I mean, who made the rules? Man
Right.
did.
Yeah. And why did we start judging everybody on their religious beliefs? Because they started spouting and using, religion to attack and to claim
Yeah.
higher ground. And I see a problem with that. Like the example for me is the religious pastors that go out and hate on people for their beliefs. I think they've made people of faith look really bad, right?
Right.
Do I think those are bad people? No, I don't. But I think that, like the evangelists on TV, I've seen what they've done to people because I dated a girl years ago in Georgia. Her mother was big into, all the televangelists and sending all the money and just, she was wacky. But yeah, no,
it's more location, in my opinion. That the people, the preachers and everything, if they go to a drag queen show or something like that, where they're inviting 6-year-olds and everything, that's a fine place to kind of get your message across or something like that, because people that are going that need to hear something like that. But when they just simply do it in the corner of the street in Portland or something like that, or wherever, and criticize everybody that walks by, I'm like, nah, that's not how you get people to understand your message, when you criticize everybody at that point, in my opinion.
The anti-fascists in LA claimed that, and their supporters claimed that the street preachers that showed up at that event deserved it because of the hate that they spew. Do you remember hearing that, Bill?
During the what you were just talking about earlier,
post WeSpa, that was the kind of the social media, that was the
that's right,
the reasoning behind the violence that was committed. That's how they justified it for themselves, to attack people because the street preachers spread hate.
That gave them a reason to kind of go back on the street preachers, because they, in their eyes, and they were saying, no, you're,
the words are,
everybody's
words are
bad.
well,
everybody's bad in your eyes, or whatever.
But
it's like, if you can say, you can sort of get your message across without saying everybody that's walking past me is bad,
Yeah. Because are the street preachers violent?
No.
Have any of you ever seen a time where religious people have been violent?
I haven't.
I have a great example of when they've been non-violent intentionally, and I know Bill knows what I'm going to say. Portland waterfront. Proud Boys.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
What's his name that stood there and just took a beating from these people?
The pastor guy from Canada, or
no. Patriot Prayer. What's his name?
Joey Gibson back in the day.
Joey Gibson. Yeah, stood there and did not fight back at all. They just let, because it was a religious event on the waterfront. And Antifa showed up and assaulted everyone and children. And that's when BCP's wife and kids. And
no, different event. This is what you're thinking of, is the Canada guy. But yeah, Joey's back in 2019 and things like that. No. Yeah, he was attacked.
It was that event where they were at the waterfront.
It was the Canada guy. Joey wasn't there. BCP's wife was there.
I thought Joey was there for that because they threw all the speakers and everything in the water.
No.
So who am I thinking of?
Joey would have to be there for them to be that mad, but Joey wasn't there. At least he wasn't part of it anyway.
Yeah, it's not Joey Gibson that I'm thinking of.
It was the Canada guy.
Yeah, that's the event, but I'm trying to remember who it was that I remember. I'm like, no, it was.
What other
I don't know. I might have to go find that video and take a look again. refresh my memory on it. But yeah, no, I was surprised. Like he didn't fight back at all. Nobody fought back. And
But the Sean Feud thing or whatever, also when Tiny was around back then, also that's a different event. Also when Sean, I can't say his name either, Tam Tam, but yeah, there was a big event where he was
very
doing
specific
worship
to
service.
that. Yeah, because they came down off the hillside and attacked these people and got up on the stage and grabbed the stuff and threw it in the water and destroyed everything. And the kids were there. And
yeah, that was the Canada guy.
Yeah,
Arthur
Fucht.
Arthur Canada guy. Arthur Pulowski. Think you him?
Yeah. Whatever. Religious event and, attacked by these people. And so Lacey's back.
Yeah, they definitely don't really allow, unless you've got a whole lot of people in Portland for a religious event or something like that, then it's not safe in most cases to go down there. I always tell BCP to be great to film it there because you're going to have 20 or 30 Christians, at the waterfront, which means that you're going to have about 100 Antifa yelling at you. So, right. But if you end up having 500 people going to a Sean Feud show or whatever, then Antifa is only going to have 20 or 30 people to kind of counter something like that.
And we know that, speech and constitutional rights don't exist up in Portland, Seattle. So
yeah.
Is there a reason why Antifa doesn't like Christians? Do they have a reason, or is there a reason known?
Well, I believe their belief is that much like those on the left, they think that they are Christian nationalists. And they try to create this illusion of, they want to they use it as a tactic to shut down and, once you're labeled fascists and Nazis and, Christian nationalists, Christo-fascist now, was the term that they started going to. How dare you espouse your beliefs?
There's probably also a sect of Antifa, 10-20% that are Satan followers, worshipers, whatever you want to call it too. At least in the Northwest.
And I think half of them actually just do it to
to annoy us
as a tactic to annoy people. It's like
just to agitate people.
Yeah, it's
just to provoke people.
The same reason they send a young female or whatever to confront people, Proud Boys or whatever. At first, that they have that person get in their face, so the Proud Boy, if he touches her or even talks loudly to her, then two tougher looking guys beside her or whatever can attack.
How crazy can this be? Which one of y'all would go up to somebody and be like, I'm here to confront you, I'm here to piss you off, and don't you dare strike back at me? Where is that reasonable?
There's only one group in this country that does that.
It's not a group, it's an idea. Sorry.
Well, it's in Looney Tunes.
It's an idea come to life. But that is I like, and I don't think I'm being dishonest about that. I feel like there's going to be people who would disagree with me and say, oh, the Proud Boys. No. These groups who have the comparisons are completely backwards.
Yeah.
They try to equate well, right now, most recently, Patriot Front, they try to equate them, 3%ers. Like, have you ever seen 3%ers go out and protest?
I haven't.
No. They're out there. They're
think of
undercover, so to speak,
Right. typically not that, which was a surprise to see, groups like that in DC on January 6th that,
in uniform, so to speak.
Yeah. Right.
PBs, of course, are always the yellow and black or whatever.
Right.
But other groups are usually quieter.
I don't think, Wizzy, what this crew that comes down to aggravate the J6 corner or whatever, I don't think they're there to protest, because they're not protesting
they're not.
anything.
They never actually protest. No.
They're just screaming like a bunch of lunatics.
They don't have a better idea. They just want to shut down ideas. They want to shut down beliefs they disagree with, right? One thing I'll tell you though, Tammy, is there are a number of them who themselves are actual internet personalities who have come about because of the convoy.
Right.
Does that surprise you?
Chad Loader for one.
It's
no.
It's Wizzy. It's like the children in school that if they don't get attention in a good way, they'll do bad stuff to get attention in a bad way.
Right.
And then they grow up to be adults, and they're still doing the same thing as adults.
You do know though, Tammy, that they totally believe in their cause, and they wholeheartedly believe they're doing the right thing. They think it's their responsibility to shut down anybody who opposes them, or and oppose isn't right, because like I don't like racism any more than they do, right? So it's like, am I not a good enough anti-racist because I'm not out there violently assaulting people who have not actually shown any I'm stumbling because they've changed the definitions of everything to the point where they've created this shithole that we live in now.
Yeah. They've been misled.
I can say something nice for some Antifa. I'd say mainly before George Floyd, some people were joining Antifa to do the right thing in their minds, to help out, to help the homeless and things like that. And then in some cases, they got a little bit too involved with kind of other stuff Antifa was doing. They noticed what the Antifa was doing was not working to actually help the cause, to help the city get better.
But why do you need? But wait, Bill, why do you need to be Antifa to help the homeless?
I'm thinking there's one guy on Twitch or whatever, Kid Not Ken. He might be on YouTube too. But anyway, he was telling his story the other day about how he kind of got involved with that stuff, and how it was a cool idea at the time or whatever, that everybody was kind of wanted quick action to fix the problem. That's the best way to do it, is to join Antifa to get it done quickly rather than wait for politics. So they would join that situation quick and thinking that they would solve the problem quick. It wasn't happening that way, so get out of it, and found a different way to kind of help out with shelters and things like that. But
I think too that people feel better in groups.
That could be it too. Yeah, it was kind of a group.
I think a lot of people are like, whether you're homeless or just by yourself, there's a lot of people that are single and you don't belong anywhere. And
so Antifa's like a gang, like the South Street whatevers and the Bloods and the Crips. They're just another gang.
Yeah, that apartment, Tam said something in the chat there. I didn't know that was a big apartment burned down today, if that's what she's talking about. Had a big apartment fire today. I even told Quincy about it, but I didn't know that was a Antifa hangout. But wouldn't surprise me though. Maybe it was a homeless hangout, perhaps. But anyway,
Where is Quincy streaming, y'all? I haven't seen him.
He still pops up around or whatever, different events.
I mean, like, is he on Rumble or on YouTube or
YouTube still, and Rumble and
okay?
Facebook also, under the BC Preacher channel, I think.
Okay,
So
I need
Bill-
to check my subscription.
Yeah. Bill, Chris B. Says, I think
There
those
goes-
showing up at J6 are attempting to use the heckler's veto.
What's the definition of that?
I've not heard that term before. Heckler's veto?
I know, I'm Googling it too here.
It's nothing but a bunch of kids down there saying, I don't like what you're saying. I'm like, so what? Go home, right? I mean, I don't understand it.
Trigger events result in the speakers being silenced. For example, a heckler can disrupt a speech to the point that the speech is canceled.
Yeah. We've been seeing a lot of that.
Yeah. It's whenever they bring a louder speaker than patriots do or preachers do to some rally or something like that.
Okay. Sorry. I realize crazy it's working for you, and I'm gonna let you do it. You got it. Welcome, Kathy.
StreamYard is kind of a good way to
I'm
do it
trying
this
to
way.
get in.
Sometimes Discord works, but StreamYard for conversations.
Yeah, no, it's Bill.
Can you guys
People seem
hear
to
me?
like using the StreamYard link better than anything else. So,
They're
that's
joining
why
a new platform like Discord if they're not already on it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Well, Discord's, I used to have a link that worked the same as StreamYard's, but nobody would use it. So, and honestly, I don't think it worked as well. It should have, but I don't know if it's my internet connection or what. But
Discord does take a lot of resources. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Chris, you know what I was remembering? I was remembering
What?
after the COVID lockdown in LA, the day they were to reopen for all business, and Antifa and BLM took to the streets. Do you remember that day? That was horrible.
After
they broke all
COVID?
the windows. Yep. The day all the restaurants and the
COVID.
stores were allowed to reopen.
yeah. See, I don't
I know
remember that as
in
being
Oregon they had
part
an
of it,
event.
but-
In Oregon, they had an event the day after they lifted the mask mandate for hospitals and things like that. They said, I'm not sure how many people showed up. They said, no, you're going to kill everybody or something like that. They got together with a whole big party and saying, we need to protect nurses. And there's like and this
Oh
is
my
like
Lord.
2023. I'm like, okay, you're really gonna...
2023 they did that? Oh my God.
Or it was fairly recently anyway, where they finally lifted the...
Well, I think this was 2020, and they went down by Wilshire and all through there and just destroyed mom and pop shops, everything. They just destroyed everything. It was like, God, these people have waited to reopen, and then this day, Antifa hits it. And it was like, oh my God. Horrible.
It wasn't that bad in where I'm at in North Carolina.
Oh, I imagine
because
not.
not a lot of things closed. Like only people that couldn't get enough staff in. But I still went to restaurants and places. It was limited, because some people were scared to death they were going to die, so they wouldn't come to work.
Right.
But if it was open, we went.
Oh, let me tell you, Los Angeles locked down like crazy.
I used to see a lot of people in California that had turned red. A lot of videos coming out of California that had turned red.
Yeah. But, those elections, you know how they go.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Blue cities.
Yeah.
I tell you, Portland still is a ghost town. Every time you turn around, another week or whatever, there's another business leaving. They'll say it's because
I had friends down from Portland the other day, and they said, we don't say we're from Portland anymore. We say we're on the outskirts of Portland because it's just destroyed now, they said.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a few nice areas there, the Pearl District or certain areas of downtown. I'm not from there exactly, but always the rich kind of neighborhoods. They even put a Ritz-Carlton in there recently too.
Oh wow!
Like, you really? Who's gonna spend $500 a night to stay in Portland or whatever?
Nobody.
Well, you see, I think the powers that be doesn't care if these cities destroy themselves, because then the cities become like ghost towns. But then the wealthy people can then come in and buy up all that property, and 10 years from now they'll have a nice profit. It'll be built back up again.
Well, sure.
Yeah, but the problem right now is the housing prices, because of all the regulations, are still so high and everything. The past 2 or 3 years, the average price of a home or a rental apartment has gone up almost double in a lot of cases. So it's hard to get the prices down, even though it still looks like poop. You know, the prices are not going down for property. So
right.
They try to run everybody out.
That's the idea.
Turn it into a ghost town. Then the property is very cheap. I think that's the same thing they did where that train crashed. Where was that at? Where that train crashed? Ohio.
East Palestine.
Yeah.
Ohio.
They do the same thing with fires. I used to see a lot of that in California, in Arizona. They'll burn out areas to where it's worthless, and then they can come in and buy it on the cheap, and then they develop it.
In that agenda, the whole agenda speaks of us the fact that we will not own property. They don't want us to own any property.
That's exactly right. And maybe Wizzy, are you still here? I don't even know.
I think he's roaming around the garage. I'm not sure.
I am. I'm downstairs in the kitchen with the unicorn.
Maybe
making another cocktail.
Okay, maybe somebody can refresh my memory on this, but they did a test run in California back in the 70s for a group of people, so many people, where you didn't own anything and the government just gives you an allotment every month and you live off of it, but you don't own anything.
Sounds like something they would do in California, but I haven't heard of it.
They did. They tested it in the 70s.
That's what our homeless are doing right now.
I guess so. They're doing it again, right?
Yep.
Because that's really sad. I don't know how many are homeless in California, but I heard today, I was watching Congress, they said, because they were questioning the DC mayor. She was questioned today. And they were talking about there were 5,000 homeless people just in DC. And I was like, wow, that's a lot. I don't know how many are homeless in California, though.
I know. Plus, I'm surprised the DC mayor, is she complaining about undocumented people in her town? Because hasn't Florida sent quite a few to DC also?
She was complaining that, they don't have the resources to take care of it, but they also believe they should become a state. They want to be a state. So
they want those 2 senators.
So they can get more money.
Right. They want to become a state. But it's like those 15-minute cities. Have y'all seen those 15-minute cities they're doing? You have to stay within your 15 minutes. You can't go across the city.
They are pushing that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
Well, you can go in that city. They're supposed to have everything you need, right?
Right, your own grocery store, your own post office, whatever.
They'd have a hard time with that.
They're doing it in other countries.
They would have a hard time with that.
Well, as long as they have a Dollar General within 15 minutes, I'm good.
I know, right?
Well, it was interesting. I saw something posted the other day about cities or counties that don't have grocery stores in them in the United States. And I found that hard to imagine, but then I realized I've driven around. I've seen that there's, Bill, do you remember when Dollar General started?
I don't remember. I remember I always wanted to go to one back when we didn't have one in Oregon, and then you had to go down to Southern California to see what it's like, just to go there to see, go to one or whatever. But it was cool to see. Yeah, but
it seems like came up here. They're everywhere. Sprung up everywhere.
In towns that don't have a grocery store, or they don't have much of a grocery store, they'll put in one in every town that has like 3,000 or 4,000 people in it nowadays.
which sort of shut down the mom and pop general store.
Yeah.
Right.
Unless it had a good enough
That
rep or
wasn't
whatever
already destroyed by Walmart, right?
Yeah,
Right.
in the next biggest town down the road or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, in fact, I heard somebody refer to the general store the other day. I said, well, what's in there? She said, well, it's called a dollar store. And it's like, okay, I get it. They live out in the boonies.
Well, they're not dollar stores anymore, are they, y'all?
$1.25, California.
They
Well,
And they have pizza for $4 or something like that.
Yeah, the actual dollar stores aren't really dollar stores anymore, no. But
that's crazy.
It's still an okay place to shop for some things. Some
Yeah.
things are too old, but I did learn a long time ago. It's like they would have fresh bread delivered every day, so their bread was always good in my area.
Taurus, I'm trying to think of what those 3 stores are.
What 3 stores?
Same businesses: Starbucks, Subway, McDonald's,
7-Eleven?
everything restaurants. But you're probably thinking of a store, Dollar General, like we were saying. I'm guessing, or 7-Eleven. Yeah. Well, some small towns don't have a 7-Eleven. So.
I don't understand why anybody goes to Starbucks. I've never done that, so I'm like, I don't understand why. I mean, like, can't you have coffee at home?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've literally not. I don't think I've been to a Starbucks since I left California.
I mean, I'm sure there's reasons people do. I just don't know what they are because it's not a thing that I do.
Well, if you get a regular coffee, it's not very expensive. So if you're traveling or something to pick up a coffee, but if you get any of the, brands that add this and that and another thing, it's $5 or $6 or $7. Yeah.
Oh.
I love, Kathy, I love those hack videos that show you how to buy like the cheap food at fast food and make it awesome. Have you seen those?
Yeah.
Really creative. I'm blown away by some of the things people have come up with.
Wizzy, have you tried any of them and they turned you down?
No, I have not tried any of them. Well, no, I say that. I tried one of the McDonald's, the crazy McDonald's one on the super secret menu. But you have to make it yourself. You just order all the bits in order to make it. But I got like some chicken. I forget what it was, but I was curious and I tried it. It was, it's McDonald's.
Oh, you should have recorded
Taco
that.
Bell hacks. Yeah, my favorite is the Chipotle hacks, because basically what they're doing is putting Chipotle out of business with these hacks. and the one guy's like, if you go into Chipotle and you try to order this now, they refuse to do it because they know what you're doing and you're costing them money.
Oh wow.
I saw this cheap way to get around that.
Okay, y'all, look, it's been fun, but I need to go, okay?
Well, I'm glad you joined us.
Hey, and Wizzy, yeah, I've been totally missing you. I'm so glad you came back today. But before I go, I want to tell you, the most horrendous thing you ever did was way back a long time ago, take us down there to the border. And we were scared to death. Your cell phone was going to die on you, and you were going to get stuck down there, and the gangsters were going to get you. And I'm telling you what, Wizzy, those were the days. I was on the edge of my seat.
That was a very memorable time. That's for sure.
It was.
A lot of people feel the same way you do. It's yes.
Well, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing more. Okay. All right. Bye, y'all.
Absolutely. We'll see you. Bye.
Hey, Wizzy, you were asking me about that villain conversation earlier?
Yes. Oh,
what was it?
I got sidetracked.
I know, no worries.
What?
What was your question about?
Well, it wasn't like I just knew that it would, for you and Grob would probably remember that person. Well, that person popped up again in another video over the weekend from Santa Monica. Did you see the protest down in Santa Monica? The Baby Lives Matter protest that happened?
I think I saw Andy No put something about it, but
Ford Fisher tweeted out.
He did a little video thing, compilation.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the term is, but one of the tactics that these anti-fascists like to use is to claim victim via surgery or disease or some sort of medical condition. And there was the girl who Villain interviewed was pushed down by police officers in Santa Monica over the weekend. And you see that in Ford's video. But even Ford himself uses that tactic of the police attacked you know, a medical patient, which, you know, there's no way of knowing that. And what she was doing was getting in the faces of the cops and being told to move, and they moved her. Well, then she pulls down top, and she has had a double mastectomy. And she's standing there on camera in, I don't know that Ford shot the video. I think somebody shot it for, actually, I know
it looked like
for Ford.
Yeah, I think somebody else must have done it because he said.
Yeah, it's his West Coast guy. I know who it is. But anyway, but yeah, so it was really interesting to see this person show back up now as a trans man, I guess, or claiming to be a trans man, or just or had a double mastectomy. And I was like, oh, I know exactly who that is.
Yeah, because wasn't the person when Villain saw her guy biological male at first and then female when he saw her?
Or
was she female all the way when he saw her?
No, it was a female it was a woman that Villain interviewed, talked to
in the skeleton outfit.
With the skeleton outfit.
I'm trying to remember whether she was transitioning or anything at that time or not.
No, in the interview, she said she claimed she was gender fluid.
Right.
As if somehow that mattered to the conversation. She also claimed to be indigenous, gender fluid. She had she ran down a list of labels.
And she was, when she was talking to Villain, almost like, you know, Villain's one thing or whatever that he was thinking about or whatever wasn't high enough in her standards. You know, it's like she's got 3 or 4 things she could count on. He only had one thing that he could count. You know?
Right, exactly. But yeah, it's the point being ultimately is that it's the same people going out and protesting and causing this violence and whatnot. You know, this group of people that, again, whether you know are for or against abortion, this group of people shows up to have their voice heard in a spot that was sort of interesting because Santa Monica PD does not fuck around.
Is that close to Huntington Beach kind of thing? I know that.
No, that's West Side. That's full blown liberal, you know, Santa Monica. They are progressive and all the other nonsense. But I don't know. There might have been 20 people that showed up down there and had signs, and you know, we're talking to people going by.
That's good.
And the typical Antifa crowd, like, you know, all the recognizable faces showed up down there and tried to silence and shut them down and attack them. And ultimately, they were the violent ones. And maybe we'll pull up the video here in a minute. But
James Klug was down in Huntington Beach not too long ago. It's also in Portland State, but he sort of videoed.
Oh yeah, he spends a lot of time in Huntington Beach.
So some person or whatever just went right after him or whatever because he
the wacky guy. I saw that video.
What the heck is wrong with that?
Right.
That's where I have a problem with the protests. It's like, okay, you have the left and the right. So anything that the right is protesting, you're going to have your main. You guys know the guys that are protesting because you guys are throwing out names I'm not recognizing, and then the left has their people. It's like so. Like I said earlier, I'm on the left, but I am for one thing, but it doesn't mean I'm for everything on the left. So if I'm a popular person out there, and that's where I can't stand behind something where this one person from the left shows up for every protest on the left, whether they're for it or they're not, just to say, hey, I'm popular, I'm going to do this. And the right does the same thing.
Yeah.
I once referred to it as the dog in a purse trend. You know, it's fashionable to be a protester in LA. It was fashionable to be a protester in LA. It still might. But as a protester city, have you noticed that less people are showing up to protest?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've seen that for a while, that there's less and less. Why do you think that is?
I think because they're sick of the bullshit, and they're okay. What am I really for? What am I really for against? I'm not just going to do this because
Cindy got a phone call and we lost her.
I was wondering what that was.
Yeah.
Like some thing that Cindy was saying earlier, a lot of times the other side, especially the left, will protest a name or a person, like especially if it's Joey Gibson or the pastor guy, they'll go after the name, not so much the cause. If it's a cause that you're having, say, a March for Life or something like that, and there's no real big writing name on it, for lack of a better name, they're not going to sort of go after that right-wing cause, for lack of a better name. But if Joey shows up, or if they see online, some another name to think of or something like that.
No, I know what you mean. There's definitely a name recognition, and they attack they attack individuals who are effective against their narrative.
Yeah. Dan Twos or whatever, the PB or whatever down here or whatever, if they know that he's might show up to an event, they'll go there, saying that he's a white supremacist.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff, which is not true.
That's why I don't see how we can call them really
Taurus,
protest.
nobody's censoring your comments.
Uh-uh.
Is anybody censoring Taurus's comments?
Maybe YouTube's or Google's getting a little picky or something like
Taurus,
that.
you have my attention. What do you want to talk about? What did I miss?
Capitalism. Yeah, let's talk about capitalism. That's cool.
Kamala, are you going to say hi? It's funny, Kamala. You sound just like Defender of Ant.
You're going to see the moon with your own eyes.
Somebody's been working on their impersonations here.
Bro, you got to stay in character, man. You break character too quickly.
I can't hang, man. I can't hang. I can't do it.
It just doesn't work, huh?
No, it doesn't work. Son of a.
I know. I was going to come in as Bill Tifa, but I couldn't hold that together.
Yeah.
With your own eyes. I was going to talk to everybody in the chat like they're 4 years old. Okay, see, Rebel, that's such a wonderful name. God loves the stupid. That's awesome. I was trying to, and I don't know, maybe put a combination of Kamala and Kamala Fetterman.
Did you see Fetterman asking questions today?
No, really?
I forget. Oh, like somebody posted up. I'm like, they literally had to translate for him so that you understood what he was saying, what he was trying to say.
Oh my God! Good night. Hello.
It was
Good night.
so bad.
Oh my Lord.
So bad.
Yeah, I think Taurus's comments are probably YouTube. You know how they censor. I haven't noticed any actually.
Certain words or certain combinations of words
Yeah.
they catch or something like that.
With your own eyes. Just can't.
What's your question, Taurus?
Sorry, I forgot about Taurus. I was
Something about capitalism. Are you a capitalism fan or a communism fan or somewhere in between?
Is who a communism fan? I'm certainly not a fan of communism at all.
I know, but the Taurus had a question about capitalism earlier, so.
Oh, I
the two
missed
extremes,
it, Taurus. We're all waiting with bated breath, Taurus.
Drum roll.
Watch Taurus won't write anything.
Taurus, you can hit the link and join us. There's plenty of room. Promise will be nice.
I think my phone keeps dropping in and out. I don't know. But Ron Johnson basically said that he said everything except the Joe Biden family are communist. You'll have to watch it with my girlfriend Marie Bartiromo, yeah. Did you know? And I didn't know this. David Devine told me that the Ramones wrote a song called Maria Bartiromo.
No way, really?
Yeah. What's the lead singer's name for the Ramones?
Joey Ramone.
Joey Ramone that died in 2001. Yeah.
Yeah.
He sent me the link. I'm like, it's pretty good. It's pretty cool.
Was it really written about her?
Yes. You'll have to YouTube. Pull it up on YouTube, and I'll sling the link to you.
Okay.
And I think it had to have been written before 2001 because he died in 2001. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, to go after Taurus's point there,
I noticed that when I drove through Texas, I'd go from one town to the next, and it'd be the same exact town, just entering from a different area. Same everything. It was really weird. Speaking of
Taurus, and I asked you what I was curious, like, because I had to think about what the three businesses were, because obviously, we were talking about Dollar General. That's clearly one of them. But what do you see as two businesses that are in every town?
Target,
McDonald's.
Yeah, see, I don't think Target's in every town. McDonald's, most likely, yeah. That's a pretty good guess. I didn't think about that one.
Or a gas station, depending on what.
Well,
yeah,
maybe
you need fuel, but
maybe Wendy's.
I'm guessing it's some sort of commercial, fast food type thing. But
I think our point is that there's so many corporate businesses out there nowadays that it's hard for our entrepreneurs, or the average man, as he says, to kind of get out there and start their own businesses because all these corporate. Especially after COVID and everything.
But why is that though, Bill? It's not specifically because of the corporate business, right?
Yeah.
What would you say it really is about?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. The laziness of where people have gone lately, especially after COVID. They don't want to start their own business. They'd rather just kind of work for the man, so to speak. Part of it is that the businesses are getting bigger and bigger and taking over, like you say, Dollar General takes other smaller businesses out of town, and there goes 4 or 5 jobs just like that,
Mr. Bill, when they wind up using that red tape to tie your hands with and put over your mouth, it's kind of hard to start a new business.
Yeah.
How do you compete with volume from these major corporations? If you want to say make a fast food or food business, right? How are you going to compete in a small community with a fast food business that works on massive volume, that can sell a product cheap? Not saying it's good, I'm just saying cheap. And when price is much what most people like. Because I look at Hagerstown here, and we don't have really great food in Hagerstown. It's hard to find good quality food, and I've kind of come to the realization that people here just don't care. Like, they don't seem to. I don't know. It's not like they like bad food. They're just not foodies. They're not interested in interesting food. They just want the basics.
Yeah.
Right?
Whatever's
But how do you
available,
compete as a small business against major corporations that have the volume to be able to, make money at a low cost?
Yeah, and also when the cities or whatever are probably cutting tax rates for those larger businesses to come in too.
Yeah,
And
the mom
all
and
you
pop
can do
stores
is
couldn't compete with the Walmarts because they could not get the products at the discounts that Walmart buys in volume, right?
yeah,
Right.
yeah. So they're either forced to close down or make a business, knitting sweaters and mailing them out instead.
Yeah.
Well, and the
Food
consumer
cases.
mentality that we've become, that's a big deal too. I noticed when we drove through Texas, the same stores being in each town, but I think that was partly the city gig. They didn't want them driving to the other town to spend their money, so they lured the big box stores in so that they could get that tax revenue from them. So it's sort of a capitalistic thing, right?
Right. They may have given them incentives to come in and
right.
Bring their businesses, right?
Yeah.
We've seen business people do that, and the town sees it as, oh, tax money. We're making the sales tax. We're right.
That the mayor sees it that way. We're doing good. Yep. Yeah. Meantime, mom and pop places go out of business, so they're not doing good.
In some cases, it's if they can put the Walmart far enough away from the business district, where the smaller stores are, it allows a little bit of an advantage. But when they put it like right next to, a smaller convenience store, like, no, that convenience store is going to last 6 months.
Well, do you guys have incentives that says support your local business, because we have neighborhoods here, and a restaurant that I like is not in what we call my neighborhood, and it's the next neighborhood over, but it's got the best pizza in the land. But I will still suck up and eat the pizza in my neighborhood just to support my neighborhood community. Do they push that where you guys are as well?
Yeah, in some cases,
it's mostly cities where I am.
But if it's a mom and pop pizza place kind of thing, then you'll see a lot of people that will support that mom and pop pizza place, But if it's a Little Caesars versus Domino's, depends on how cheap I am,
Yeah, and we have those. Because I'm in a neighborhood where there's a high school, so we have a Domino's, which is funny. I'm in Canada, you guys are in US. We also have a oh shoot, I forget the name of it. A Pokey, which is, you guys do have those. It's a Hawaiian whatever, I don't know. A Hawaiian fed thing, whatever. It's so that's popular here. And the reason it is the name Pokey. And we're going, what the hell is Pokey all about? And it's funny, anybody that knows about the USA or Hawaii knows what Pokey is. And then Frankfurt Cheers, we have actually on our road, because we are in a high school neighborhood, there's a lot of, not a lot, but fast food stuff, and it's all American. It's all American branded stuff, because Canada, we steal off you guys, or you guys come here and you open up your franchises or whatever. But yeah, that's what feeds our neighborhood, and that's what made even though they're in our neighborhood, I'm not for franchise, but it made our neighborhood survive, was these American franchise things. And it's the high school kids buying this shit.
Yeah, especially high schools that are close to towns. There's high school nearby where I'm at or whatever, where there's Taco Bell, McDonald's right next door, a bunch of other restaurants. They go there
Sure,
for
our
lunch.
kids wish there was a Taco Bell. It's not Taco Bell. We got your second-rate freaking neat restaurant.
Taco Bell's good. Too good.
Oh, I love Taco Bell. We only have 2 in our city, and we only have 1 Burger King in our city.
Man.
Did you guys hear me? Is Burger King still big in the USA?
Yeah.
See, we have 1. I live in a city with 1 million people. We have 1 Burger King.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because it's phasing out. Because you know what's the big thing right now with the USA is Pork Guys and fries and your big Carl's burgers, your big burger joints that are big in the USA right now. That's what's coming this way. And
your Carl's Jr.'s and your what's the other one?
Exactly.
Hardee's. There's another one that's I'm thinking of, but I can't think of it.
Yep, and it phased out the Burger King and the Taco Bell, but McDonald's is still here. McDonald's is going to be around when we're all dead.
Yeah, they're the cockroach of the restaurant business.
McDonald's French fries stays in your car, and you can still eat it 10 years later. Feed it to your dog, whatever. Still there.
When you guys go to start eating bugs and everything, they want everybody to start eating bugs as their protein. I'm not really a big fan of bugs.
I know they try. So did you get like last year and the year before? All of a sudden, everything was about protein and bugs. Bugs have a lot of protein.
Yeah.
And it didn't sell. It didn't. Because I can't remember what it is. There's another thing they're pushing on us right now. Because this fucking cockroach and ant and whatever, it didn't sell. We didn't go for it. And apparently, put it in your flour. It's really good. Like, fuck off. I'm pretty sure my flour, I have a lot of ants and all that I don't even see. It's probably a lot of poop of whatever. I do not want to have a salted fucking cockroach to eat. Sorry.
Your salt and pepper all together at one time.
So gross. And I don't know who was pushing that. If it was the advertisers, if it was the government, don't know. But they were pushing it.
Climate change people are pushing it nowadays, so eventually the government will start to push it more.
Well, the bugs is Gates, bugs are Gates thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Bill Gates? Okay.
Yeah, he's doing the bug thing, and he's making the flour out of them and all the different bug things. Yeah. So when you buy your flour next time, make sure you look at the ingredients, son.
Bug free.
Oh, seriously.
The thing that really has me bothered is the injecting of the cattle right now with the mRNA. I'm not for that at all. There's no reason to be doing it.
What is
Except
that?
they want to sell the jab. They're giving it to the cattle. So it's affecting the meat and the milk, right?
Okay. Because I had a farm and I had a bunch of pigs. We went and we thought, oh, we're gonna do this pig thing. So we went and got 350 pigs, and then I went to our it was not co-op, it was the town I was in, it was a feed store. So I went and I got my feed for the pigs, and I had all these different things that I put the feed in. We had a whole setup. It was a farm, right? Well, my pigs in 6 months went from the size of, I would say, a puppy to the size of a German Shepherd in 6 months. They just grew. And I'm like, what is going on?
Pigs grow fast.
Do you know why they grow fast? Because they told me there was hormones in the feed that I got. I didn't even realize this, but every other farmer out there knew this is what you do. So you want it from 0 to this amount really quick, because then you can sell it and then you can get money. Right. And that's a turnaround. 6 months. So I could get 2 pig in a year, I could get 2 pig deliveries to make money. Okay, that sounds cool to me because I'm making a lot of money off it. But being the people who are buying it, if I'm feeding this shit to my pig, and it wasn't shit, I
Yep.
thought I was buying, you're eating my pig's pork.
Yep.
And so when we wonder why are young kids going through puberty so much younger, because we're putting that shit in our meat, not just pig
Yep.
and cow and milk. And
No,
they're
no, no.
kind of, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so that's why you want to try to get grass and grain-fed meat without, without all those additives and so forth in the feed. And and if you know a local butcher, that's who you should be buying from, that knows what the heck the cattle and the pork and everything's being fed. And including the chickens, a while back, these people were all complaining that their chickens weren't laying eggs. And then what they found out is the feed somehow had been screwed around with. And so they started feeding other products to their chickens, and their chickens started laying eggs again. So, yeah, people are messing with our food systems right now, big time.
Yeah. And it's not always your farmer, because like I said, I was a small time farmer. I decided, I'm
No,
going to get into this pig. And I trusted
most,
who was selling me the product to feed my pig.
yeah, and so what you need to do is warn your local butchers and so forth to start watching what vaccines are given to their products, right?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Oh, 100%. So if you think I don't want to, like, the age of, like, say, my brother and me hit puberty to the age my kids did, to the age my grandkids did. Sorry, we've upped it like 3 years. Why are our kids maturing so much younger? Because, and I thought, oh my God, that's the same thing as my pig went from a little piglet to an adult in fucking 6 months. That is not a year. No, it's the same thing. Now we're feeding that shit to the humans, and the humans are doing the same thing. They're progressing that quickly because, like you say, A go to Z. If shit eat shit eat shit, we're all eating shit.
Yeah.
I know, and I don't know. I just don't because when you just said grain fed and grass fed, I'll agree with that. But I am so against organic food.
Oh yeah, because even the organic, they're given the mRNA vaccine too, and
Yes.
they're not having to dispose it.
Yeah, put an organic tomato on your cupboard and put one that you grow yourself, because I used to grow my own food, my own plants, and a tomato would last 3 weeks. I get an organic, by 3 days the fucking thing's rotten. What are they doing in this organic shit that's making it go bad so quickly?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, Wizzy, are you still there? I got a question for you here with local news. Did you hear that the Covenant Catholic School filed a motion to not have the manifesto of Audrey Hale released? Why would the school not want that released?
The what?
Really?
The shooting of the church place over there, and everybody wants to know what her reasoning was in her manifesto. Or at least the National Police Association and they probably know what it is, and it probably makes them look bad. Just somewhat,
how would they
maybe,
know?
I guess.
If it hasn't been released, how would they know what it's in it?
I know. That's why I'm wondering, why would they want it blocked? If they don't even know what, supposedly don't know what's in there, but maybe they do know and don't want it officially released.
Maybe they're getting threats.
Something like that, yeah. It's just bizarre. The National Police Association wants it released, and the
maybe the FBI told them a little fib to get them to say things that like they did with Facebook.
Yeah,
that could be.
Put them a little bit of fear. That's what everybody's running on. So I was telling you about the J6
Well,
thing.
everything
Everybody in
is
a state of fear.
fear. Yeah.
Fear of the
It
government,
seems like
fear of other people, everything.
it just seems like everything is fear motivated these days. You know, how can we create more fear in people? It's mind boggling.
Yeah.
Or it gives them not the right to control us, but our fear lets them control us. We give
Well,
into
not
the
me.
fear.
Pisses me off, but yeah.
Maybe that's what they're trying to do. At the end of the day, government tries to rule. If they rule, they can control, and if they control who is in power.
Well, I hope to see something result from this Durham report, Chris. Not to change the subject, but I mean, I doubt it will, but it would sure be nice. What do you think, Chris? Oh, he's gone again.
Busy petting his
No, I'm
dog
here.
again.
Oh, okay.
Shoving food down my throat.
Oh,
The problem is, from the way I understand it, is those charges would have already happened. What is I heard?
Statute
One
of
of the
limitations.
lawyers paid $1,000 fine. He should have lost his law license and been put in jail for treason, but apparently got away with $1,000 fine. That was the only indictment that apparently came out of the whole thing.
wow.
So the indictment part is apparently over, but Durham is going to the Intel committee or select committee to face
Jim Jordan's
and
committee. Yeah.
Jim Jordan's committee. Yeah. So we'll see, but can
At
Congress
least
go after anybody?
they don't have that executive power.
Yeah.
A subpoena,
Well,
they
they
can
have
bring
the
you
power
in
to
public
whatever the guy
opinion or whatever,
yeah.
but unfortunately,
Right.
the only people that watch a Republican-led
Right.
Congress are the Republicans, because the mainstream media will not shout out what happens at these meetings.
They can strip Adam Schiff and who was the other one that was touting we have evidence, we've seen it.
Smallwell, I call him, but
now. Swalwell, yeah.
Well, Swalwell, and yeah, they call
a lot of them.
The security clearances.
Yeah.
The Hawaiian senator, whatever her name.
Macy Hirono.
Yeah, the stupidest senator I've ever heard of.
Isn't she
second stupidest.
Well, I wish they would. They need to take some sort of action. I think.
Kissinger. Oh yeah. To leave, yeah.
And what about the FBI? Here again, Durham came out with that, and who's going to pay for that?
Hey, wait 4 more years, guys. We'll hear what happened in 2020.
Oh my God. We're still in any shape to hear anything at that point.
Yeah, I know. This is about 2016. I'm like, okay, it's 2023. That was 7 years ago.
Yeah.
So we got to wait till 2027 to hear about what happened in 2020.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. And we'll no longer have textbooks at that point. Everything will be AI, right? Oh, geez, I'm trying to wrap my mind around how that all works right now. It's like, oh my gosh. I go on that Spaces and listen to these AI guys, talk. They are so smart. It's like, oh my Lord.
Have you tried that Wizzy, looking up your name or whatever? Like, what does AI think about WYSIWYG or something like that? Sometimes you'll see it knows you or something like that, or it'll say, hey, he's a right-wing extremist.
Chat GPT, yeah.
No, I haven't tried that, but I'm gonna have to now.
Yeah.
I keep hearing about, when you ask about Trump or Biden, it'll put positive light on Biden and negative light on Trump. Anybody.
Yeah, they don't like to talk about Trump. They don't like to talk politics when it comes to Trump, quote unquote. Yep.
What do you guys think about
Crazy.
the Kennedy guy running against Biden? Do you like him?
RFK.
RFK Jr.
Yeah.
I like what he has to say.
Yeah.
He
I don't
sounds
know what.
level-headed. You know.
Yeah. He
I
knows what
mean,
he's talking about and things like that, and he knows how to sort of play the middle, you know.
Yeah,
In most cases.
but he can have a civilized conversation. I think that's what I appreciate the most about him. And give you the facts to back it up,
Yeah.
without emotion, just conversation.
Has he been on
Very
any
impressed by
CNN or MSNBC shows lately? He keeps popping up on Fox shows, Neil Cavuto and things like that.
No,
But
those guys
they won't have him
show
on there. Yeah,
Nope.
they don't want to have a different perspective than Biden's perspective.
Nope.
They won't
He's
let him
having a hell
debate
of a time
either.
getting publicity, he said.
And Trump better allow debates or whatever, whether it's DeSantis is in or not. You got to have that show that we're a democracy or whatever. Also, that'll sort of force Biden to have his debates too if Trump allows debates.
Well, I heard they weren't going to have Biden debate at all.
Yeah, but you got a way to sort of public pressure enough, and the way to do that is to, if this side is doing it, why isn't the other side doing it? That would sort of.
Well,
what
I think the thing with Trump is that he was pissed that he's a former president and they didn't ask him what his schedule was or when which was kind of interesting. Like, maybe I'm not available, right? He didn't really say no, did he? The way I understand it is he didn't say no. He just was like, they announced that they're doing this, and it's like they didn't reach out. They didn't. So.
Oh yeah, they
CNN,
should just sort of.
Mean?
No, for the
debate
debates,
people
for the Republican runoff.
Oh really? Oh, I hadn't heard about that.
That makes sense. Yeah, they should sort of at least try to get the main people schedule their timing and everything.
But yeah, they said Joe's not going to debate, and he's obviously can't. And then it'll be interesting if it'll be like the Bernie Sanders problem with the DNC deciding their candidate no matter what the election outcome is. They're not going to let Robert Kennedy or take Robert Kennedy if he wins a primary.
Yeah. Well,
what happens if that happens?
Town hall?
What if he gets the most votes, Chris?
I don't know. Bernie seemed to like. Well, I don't remember the details on the whole Bernie thing, but the Bernie Bros were a little pissed off that Bernie beat Hillary in a number of these states that mattered, and
but he did the super delegates that Hillary got because of.
Oh, okay, yeah. So somehow she had the numbers, I think, and they made him pull out. But
the Republicans have normal delegates all the way across the board, but the Democrats, at least back then, used super delegates, and these super delegates get like 5 times the amount of power as the regular delegates did.
Oh, do they? Oh,
yeah,
okay.
and they blame us for not being democratic.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's gonna be weird. I'll tell you that. I can tell you that right now. No, Biden, he should not be unescorted anywhere. That poor man.
What was the joke I heard the other day? What's the most expensive rest home in the United States?
The White House.
Yeah. $400,000 a year.
It's crazy. I mean, who would think this ever would be possible to have been happening? Not me. Never in my wildest dreams.
Yeah, even Elon Musk said something recently saying, "Why can't we just have a normal president?"
Yeah, wouldn't it be nice?
Would RFK be a normal president?
That would be interesting
I
too.
don't know about that. I don't know.
I never read his book or whatever.
What is normal? What does normal look like, Bill?
Not my dancing.
Do we
I'll
know
tell you
anymore?
that. I don't know. I live in Portland, so I don't know what normal is.
That's
Iowa,
Yeah.
right?
Iowa, or somebody here was from North Carolina. Those kind of states are more normal than this state.
Yeah. Out in the country somewhere.
Yeah. All these big
Back
cities.
to basics, people. Yeah.
Ray, do you really think it's an actor playing Biden? I've seen the pictures you're probably referring to, but I've been seeing a lot of these mask videos from the CIA. You know, people bringing up these old videos of these masks, and like, I get it, but
yeah. Mission Impossible movies, you know, when you see Tom Cruise take off that thing.
It's a little much.
It's crazy, but it's certainly possible.
Yeah, Tam, it was time. I think everybody had enough of Raven.
RFK's Jr. suited Fauci. Let's see what else is happening in the news here.
Yeah, no, it's been sort of crazy, and between the Durham and you know, sort of the remember the rhetoric after January 6th, and sort of all the Q stuff that everybody was spouting, and you know, all these theories of what was going on, and you know, none of that was ever true, you know. But I've noticed an influx of fresh sort of QAnon type posts.
Stuff coming.
They're never specific. They just allude to things, and it's like it's got the same writing. It's the same fingerprint.
Yeah.
So
like, things might happen.
Well,
things could change.
Stuff we've all heard about, you know, already, and you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They're not
Problem
anything
is,
new.
things don't change fast in the United States. People keep wanting things to change fast, and in some cases it would be nice if they did, but things haven't happened quickly, and politics or society and age is it's not where the way the Q type people would sort of want it to happen, you know, like the military is going to take over, blah, blah, blah.
Flyer, I love that comment. You pulled a Gras.
You think the people in Chicago are finally waking up a little bit, at least the south side of Chicago, or 500 immigrants moving into town?
They're realizing the impact on their community.
You know, it's like the people of Texas are like, "We told you so." Some of them still want to sort of blame Greg Abbott. I'm like, okay, he might have sent some people there, but just helping you see what's happening to the rest of the country.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're just moving them out of the middle of Chicago to the other areas, so they don't lose their tourism of central Chicago. I'm guessing is the reason why the city's moving people to the south side.
Right. Well,
if it's a suburb or not, I don't know.
What is it, Brooklyn? Parents are pulling their kids out of school.
Oh yeah, because they're putting them in the high schools and the gymnasiums.
Yeah, they're taking over the gymnasiums, and you know, it's that sort of the normies becoming aware, you know, and having it impact their lives. They keep, I like on the news, I keep hearing 10 million jobs. We have 10 million job openings. Where are these job openings?
Right.
Where are the 10 million job openings? Because, I was looking for work and I applied to a ton of jobs, all kinds of random things. They're all desperately hiring people, but then they're not hiring anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah.
I wonder if they get a little bit of an incentive or whatever to look like they're hiring or something like that.
I don't know.
And what's with all these people shooting everybody lately? Good night.
Yeah.
Not me.
I think that there's those in our, society that aren't strong enough to deal with some of the, strains of, I don't know what exactly their issues are, but they're dealing with it the wrong way. That's for sure.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've never seen it like this before. I mean, it's just like they're not dealing with, well, I guess they're dealing with it, but not very well. But it just seems to be out of control.
Yeah.
California moves to give unemployment benefits to illegal immigrants as border crisis grows.
What?
Rapunzel. The thing that comes to my mind when I see your comment is, who would want to go work in a hospital after what we saw happen in the hospitals and how they treated, quote unquote, the heroes, and then fired many of those heroes because they refused to get vaccinated. So it's kind of interesting. Like, I can understand why the hospital are having a hard time staffing. Sort of like filling police jobs, right? Who wants to be a cop?
Right. Well, yeah, because they're still pushing that envelope,
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know that from the movie industry. They're still pushing it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they are.
It's like, are they ever going to stop? Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious if, if there's anything wrong with wearing a mask, but I wonder if people are ever going to stop wearing masks. Right there.
Oh, I don't wear masks.
I'm like, especially the teenage workers and things like that at McDonald's and things like that. I'm like, seriously, you're surrounded by people 2 feet away. You think that thing's going to help you?
You can almost tell the liberals from the others because the liberals will have the masks on. It's sort of funny in a sick sort of way. But they bought it hook, line, and sinker, and they're not willing to let go of it yet. They're scared, which is sort of pitiful.
Fear, fear, fear.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's really a sad case when this fear is the motivator of so many people in this world right now. And like you say, Chris, they don't know how to deal with it. So somebody said breaking news.
Breaking news.
Well, that's true. They won't stop until we step up. Whoever just said that.
Yeah. Peace.
No, I just popped up on that link that Gra posted.
Oh, that video. Yeah.
It's from a couple days ago about the Durham report.
Oh, yeah.
Who's D. Snyder?
Folks, welcome to Kudlow. I'm Larry Kudlow. So we got some breaking news just in the last hour, I don't know, half hour. John Durham finds the Justice Department and the FBI failed to uphold the mission of strict fidelity to the law in all the Trump-Russia probe. By the way, where's the informant for the current Biden situation? We're waiting for Senator Ron Johnson. Again, I just want to say, if you recall, this goes back to 2016. All of the misinformation and disinformation and the Russian hoax, the Mueller report, the phony Steele dossier, which was financed by the Hillary Clinton presidential campaign. So Durham has come out, at least, it's got a long report, 300 pages, but he's come out very critical of this whole thing. All right, we are fortunate now. Joining us is Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson. Senator Johnson, thank you for this. We appreciate it. You have a reaction to the Durham report. You probably haven't read it yet, but you've seen the headlines. Anything you want to share with us on your thinking?
Well, it's pretty much what I've already suspected. I think some of the shocking elements is the fact that President Obama, Vice President Biden, John Brennan, they were briefed, I think on August 3rd of 2016, that Hillary Clinton had a scheme to make up a tie between Russia and the Trump campaign and Donald Trump. So they knew this was a Democrat, Hillary Clinton-led dirty trick, and they proceeded on. By the way, I appreciate the fact that Attorney General Garland is releasing this report. This is the American public needs to see this. My concern is the mainstream media will just shrug and say, oh, this is old news. This will be, I think, explosive news when we find out how, for example, the FBI investigation lacked predication. Now, this is in complete contradiction to what IG Horowitz said, that he thought he felt that there was predication. I never agreed with that, but I'll also remind you that in that Pfizer report, they redacted footnotes that completely contradicted the Pfizer report when Bill Priestley said that the FBI had no idea that the Steele dossier contained Russian disinformation. The footnotes completely contradicted that. They knew that the Steele dossier was Russian disinformation. So again, it appears that we are going to show in this report the corruption within the FBI in terms of how this investigation, Donald Trump, was a pure hoax. Didn't the FBI just take this Steele dossier, which was completely phony, was financed by the Clinton campaign, but basically the FBI took this and drove it, jammed it down everybody's throats, the Pfizer courts, the mass media, the impeachment hearings, all this phony Russian hoax stuff that plagued Donald Trump really throughout his administration. Wasn't it the FBI that just jammed this down? And wasn't it a bunch of liberal lefties inside the FBI who jammed it through? Yeah, and let's face it, Larry, we've known about this for quite a few years now. So this will give us more detail. This will confirm what we've already known. But I'll go back to the complicity, corruption of the media that have also known this. We're at the investigations, the investigatory journalism, trying to uncover who fed them all this false information, where this all came from. Where's the mea culpa on the part of the media? We got this completely wrong. We dragged America through this political turmoil for the entire Trump administration. It was all based on a lie. It was all based on a lie. This is outrageous. It's not dissimilar, I guess I want to say. It's not dissimilar to what we've had, the revelations recently that the Biden campaign, Anthony Blinken, who winds up becoming Secretary of State as a reward for being a political hack, that they created this gang of 51, as I call it, former intelligence agents, who then said the Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian disinformation, and they jammed that into the media. So they could help Biden in a debate. But it's very similar. This is now not the FBI. This is more the intelligence community, although I think FBI people were part of the gang of 51. But this is another Democrat dirty tricks, basically, was it not? Yeah, it's more than just similar. It's part of the same operation.
Remember, the FBI had Hunter Biden's computer in 2019. That they were involved in a scheme to downplay the derogatory information. We were part of I would say, an FBI operation against myself and Senator Grassley, where they gave us an unsolicited briefing and then leaked at the media to smear us. All during our investigation, we were being accused by Democrats in the media of soliciting and disseminating Russian disinformation. It was all completely false, and yet that was the narrative that carried the day. So, Larry, this is just one continuation of the FBI exonerating Hillary Clinton. Remember that the exoneration memo from James Comey that was edited multiple times about the FBI. The same cast of characters came over and did the Crossfire Hurricane, the Russian hoax, and then you had the FBI sabotaging the revelation that Senator Grassley and I had in our report, plus the Hunter Biden laptop, and then that led over to the intelligence committee. So to me, this is the same group of insiders inside federal law enforcement, the FBI, Department of Justice, our intelligence communities. This is the deep state being revealed, and the question is, will the media and will our Democrat colleagues acknowledge it and start working with us to break up the deep state? Shouldn't people be busted for these Democratic tricks?
That's an interesting take. Giving Democrats a way out, offering them, hey,
Yeah.
Understand the corruption and let's attack this. Let's go after this. It's wrong. It's wrong for the country. It's wrong for the people. It's wrong for everyone.
Well, and what's it say about our law if nobody has to pay the price, right?
Oh yeah, but they've been getting away with murder for years, and it's not
literally. I guess it's just because it's so much in our face right now and so obvious that if there isn't some sort of payment for this kind of behavior.
Could that bring everybody together, you think? Is that a possibility that
Well, it might be. That might be, Chris. If they started doing that and showing that there is consequence, that might bring everybody together. Number one, it might show those who still think the Russia collusion thing is real, might show them, no, it's been found out it's not. And then the right side might say, okay, they're finally going to respect the laws of the land again. Thank God. It could. You might be onto something there.
Right. But they kind of have to deny at all cost everything, because that's the only way they survive in power is deny.
Yeah. Well,
but
yeah,
imagine if for the last 6 years you've been lied to and told that Trump colluded with Russia and that's why he's awful and that's why you have to hate him and that he's a Russian asset, and then you go, wait, so that wasn't true, so where am I now? Do I still hate Trump? I don't know. I've never been a Trump hater, so
neither have I.
I'd love to hear from somebody who, sort of is wait, what? You told me.
Right.
A big Adam Schiff fan, Where are they right now? What?
Well, if they have
is Adam Schiff hiding right now?
Haven't seen him.
Not lately.
Yeah, I would have a hard time showing my face if I made these claims over and over again, and then all my hopes and dreams were doused. But he had to have known this was going to happen.
And what about those 51 FBI agents? Did they have to pay a price?
No.
For the FBI thing with Biden?
Because they used the word.
Yeah.
Appears.
It appears to look.
Like. Yeah.
Yes, wherever it was.
It looks like a Russian different, you know. And
Right.
I don't remember who the guy was that went on the news. I think it was Brett Baer that interviewed him and questioned him on this. And I can't remember who the guy was. And he's like, "We didn't do that. We said it appeared." Like he tried to defend the claim that was made, and that it wasn't, you know, they just put it out there, and that, you know, just because somebody picked up on it and used it, you know, not up to them. It's not their, you know, they weaseled their way out. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah.
That's what new evidence shows, is that, you know, they knew what the plan was. They were going to use it in just this way to help Joe.
All people had to do is bring those people onto their platforms, show the receipt of Hunter Biden going to the computer shop. What's Russian about this signature? It's like right there.
The word that they put in there had all the earmarks.
Earmarks.
Notice they changed it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
legalese kind
they
of
were
stuff.
very specific in their wording or whatever, but 51 of them. But then they took in, who was it just today or yesterday that they questioned? I can't remember all those crooks' names. But he went in there and admitted that, yeah, he put his name down on it strictly for political reasons.
Wow.
So he admitted to that. His name starts with a B. I don't know why I can't remember all those guys.
Brennan or other guy.
Oh, Brennan. Yeah.
Yes, Brennan. Exactly right. Yes. But Chris, you asked, what do you think this would bring the country together? If this does it, I don't think anything will. Even what we have to realize is, let's imagine that we won the presidency. Would we be willing to give up our president in order to drain the swamp and get rid of the corruption? In other words,
Yes.
if it was Trump that did this and we cheated Biden out of the thing, would we be willing to give it up? I don't think the Dems will. I think because they're too deeply entrenched in the elitism and the WEF and
the government,
the government and the power. They don't want to lose that power. And even the voters, even the people that are Democrat that are happy that anybody but Trump won, I don't think they would be willing to give it up to save their country.
Wow.
Yep. They'll say, yeah, maybe clean up a little bit of it, but keep it the top tier the way it is, you know, kind of stuff. Clean up don't do it again, kind of stuff.
Until we get rid of the fascist government that attacks those who disagree with them and uses lawfare against them, it's going to be hard to stand up to anything.
Exactly.
No, I've been on the panel off and on, Matt. But yeah, but it's just I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. I really don't. There's so many different levels to it, you know.
And also, like Ron was saying, you know, the right would sort of not do silly things like the Democrats are doing again today, I guess, where they about 5 or 6 Democrats want to add 4 more seats to the Supreme Court. You know, they didn't get their way on the abortion issue, so they want to change the rules.
Stack the court, yeah.
Stack the court at that point. When it happened back in 1970 or whatever, Roe versus Wade, I don't think there was a whole lot of pushback from the Republicans wanting to stack the court.
They've proved that their ideas don't win, so they have to manipulate the system in order to win. Like we were talking about earlier with what Trump said in the CNN town hall about them changing the rules about what the vice president could do.
Sure.
No, they just strengthen them.
There were so many things that they did to allegedly steal the election. Look at what they did because of COVID. They changed all the voting rules. Well, because of COVID, anybody and everybody gets to go vote for the next 6 weeks and just drop a paper in a box somewhere and we'll get to it. Yeah, you can't. And they certainly
want to do that everywhere.
To do that, you know, they just went around congressional and to do that. Just anything they did, anything they had to. They did so many different things. You can go down the list, and I know you only listen to like half of it, and he kind of gets it. He gets into the morals of what the administration, their moral train of thought as to why they do what they do in order to stay in power. And he basically says, if we don't do something 24, we're done. And I know that sounds apocalyptic, but I think if we lose, we'll never win again if we lose in 24.
Yeah.
I don't know if we would survive till 28. Right? Maybe if Hope would share her ice cream, we might be able to get through the next year and a half, but I don't know. Debbie Downer again, aren't I? Damn it.
She goes on too many vacations. What's going on here?
I went to Thurmont the other day, Gra. Do you know what's in Thurmont?
No.
Well, remember when Biden flew into Hagerstown?
Do I remember that? Biden flew into Hagerstown?
Yeah.
I remember.
Was you there?
No,
Yeah,
Chris was.
I was there. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes, I do remember now. Yes.
You know, he went to the Volvo plant and then
yes.
He went to oh shit, now I can't say its name. Camp David. Camp David is in Thurmont.
Oh, okay. Okay. So you went back?
No, I went and took a ride up through Thurmont yesterday and actually did a little bit of fishing up there, and the butterflies apparently have sprung open, and there's butterflies everywhere up in the Cookton Mountains.
Yeah. Oh, monarch migration.
Yeah, they're really pretty.
That's something to say.
Yeah, the people of Thurmont really don't like Joe Biden.
Oh, really? Wow.
You know, first thing you see is Joe's an idiot.
But it's going to be, it's going to be RFK Jr. against Trump. Even the Democrats don't want Joe to run again. What's he got, like 23%? I'm like, who are these 23%? They got to be. I don't know.
They're not going to let a guy who just changed parties win any primary. I just don't see that happening.
You mean, I didn't know RFK? I thought RFK has been a Democrat. Is that who you're talking about?
I think he's been a lifelong Democrat, hasn't he?
Well, I thought. Yeah, I thought so.
I thought the news story just recently was that he had switched parties and was running as a Democrat.
That's news to me if that's so.
Me too.
Well, I have to look
I still think Manchin should run as a Democrat. Not because I want him to win, but because I know it would take.
Well, greasy-haired Newsom's probably going to run, right?
She'll speculate that at the Democrat convention.
I think the hot ticket would be Trump and RFK Jr.
Yeah,
I think.
Just saying.
At the convention, I'm guessing they might pull something like, okay, Biden's getting too old or he's getting sick, so we're going to have to pick somebody, even though he already won. We're going to put Michelle Obama or Newsom in there instead. They'll find some.
Do you think Michelle Obama is going to throw her ball in her bra in the ring?
At the back of my mind, I'm thinking that's what they might try to pull on you because they're so democratic and they're thinking,
Yeah, I don't know.
Is they don't. whoever they can manipulate, at that point there. Can Obama manipulate his wife, his significant other, or
Oprah,
can
Big Mike,
or is Newsom not manipulate, but can tell him what to do? Actually, no, his aunt could probably tell him what to do. Pelosi. Isn't that his aunt? I think it is.
Oh, CKM getting called out in the chat. Oh, there you go, CKM.
Can't believe Feinstein is still kicking. She's from San Francisco. Why? She has a lot of power in the Senate. You'd think they would sort of, okay, let's get somebody else to take that spot.
God loves. I didn't realize there was sides. Which side am I on, God?
Where's the side?
What movement is for children? You mean the movement that doesn't like corruption and is about the people of this country? That movement?
Yeah, I could understand that better if we had a little punctuation in it, I think.
You know what I don't like, Raw?
Brussels sprouts.
people who they don't say explicitly what they want to say. Yeah.
No, people who have really fucking stupid names that are attack names, we'll say. Perhaps there's a better name for that. But I've been watching your comment, God loves. So God loves, I'm just curious, is your YouTube account just a sock? Because it has a really interesting collection of videos. So, God loves. With your comment that says God loves you, Wizzy, are you trying to claim that, or are you calling me stupid in your roundabout, half-witted way? Is that what you're doing? Actually, it does. That's why I asked you. No, your channel. When you click on your name, it takes me to your channel. I know you think I'm stupid, but I'm definitely not stupid. See, the thing is, and what's interesting, just for those of you who aren't aware, is that as a moderator or the owner of the channel, I can click on your name, and then it gives me the option, go to channel. So then I go to your channel, and I see the @ that you use, and then I see, the playlist that you've created, guns and docks and outdoor range and Auburn Tigers and a lot of old stuff. But I know that you joined March 7th, 2011, and you have a little shit emoji. But I'm just curious. Research for what, God? You have our attention. I know you've been seeking it for a while.
My damn Wi-Fi. Or are we giving him all the attention he needs? Go for it, stupid. This is part of your name, so the floor is yours, stupid. Go ahead.
It's the stupid. Come on now.
Oh.
It's like BCP always forgets to put the A in my name.
Right.
Yes.
See, because the way I read that name is this person is attacking people who are of faith and believers, calling them stupid. Now, maybe I'm reading too much into the name, but that's the way it comes off. That's the way I interpret the dog bowl.
It's just, it's so easy to tell who it is, man. I know, Matt, what happened to it. Yes, it is what it is.
So, hillbilly vacation? What's a hillbilly vacation? And who's on a hillbilly vacation?
Wish I was on a hillbilly vacation.
I know. Hillbillies know
Wish
how
I was a Beverly Hillbilly.
Shit, yes. Well, first thing you know, Jed's a millionaire.
There definitely wasn't any woke stuff back in those days. Television.
This stupid want to get up on the panel. I'll scoot over.
No, you don't. Raw, we can have I pay a lot of money to have like a dozen slots or whatever.
I was just trying to be.
There's more than enough room for.
Trying to be accommodating,
Stupid to come play.
Yeah, stupid. If you need the attention. Yeah, it's funny. I have not seen nuts or honkas. Interesting.
Actually, whispers. I think that makes you one of the smartest among us.
Absolutely.
Now, the question is, whispers, do you still pay property tax?
Hard to get out of that.
I know I don't know. Is it even possible?
Probably in a deep red state.
I don't know. Are there states that don't have property taxes? I doubt it.
Oregon doesn't have a sales tax. Washington doesn't have an income tax. Some states that don't have a property tax, or at least allow you the option if pay off your house or whatever. If you wouldn't have property tax at that point, I don't know.
No, what you say? Oregon doesn't have a sales tax.
No sales tax.
Holy crap!
And
now, would you call that sort of like an individual tax incentive, right? Like a corporation would get for bringing business, it's a for the people incentive, right? Because that draws people to your state typically, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Like Texas.
Like old people go to Florida because they save money on the taxes that they would pay from their Social Security, right?
Yeah. People right across the river will come right over here and buy furniture, big items, or whatever, and head back across the river. And Rapunzel, it's not a good enough reason anyway.
No, definitely is not. There's some great parts of Oregon, but unfortunately, they,
Yeah, go to Eastern Oregon or Southern
They get
Oregon.
screwed because of what happens in the city. I love Bend, Oregon. Bend is a beautiful place.
And that's a question for Mr. Bill. Let me ask him. A lot of people say it's really just like 12 square blocks of downtown that's really trashed out and that's really been affected the most. Is that how it is?
Yeah, more than that.
More than
northeast
that. Are you even able to
side.
show your face there, Bill?
I keep thinking about taking a trip down there in the summer or whatever. I don't know if I would go live or whatever if I'm in a familiar area, but I could probably go down there one of these days or whatever and show my face, or BCP's shows his face down there as it doing his preaching thing. So I haven't heard of him having troubles down there, but we'll see. Yeah, there's I would say half the city's kind of destroyed, but the troublemakers are everywhere out there. You know what? Homeless problems all around the city. They keep saying they're cleaning it up, but I don't think so. Although the new governor, Democrat still, but at least she's trying to make sure Portland at least keeps track of the money that they spend on the homeless, you know. Kate Brown never did that. Like, oh, let's throw money at the problem. We don't know where it's going to go, but let's throw money at it. That'll work. Where does the money end up going? Pocket to the politicians usually. Or the unions. Am I talking to myself?
No.
I'm just checking. Sometimes I do that just for the heck of it.
Chris, did you watch all of Stormtroopers feed that you were watching today, or scan through it?
Oh, I had. Yeah, I had watched a bunch of them.
Yeah, I had to. Down towards the middle and towards the end, got pretty aggressive.
Did you have any idea what G was talking about with Ant? Somebody said something to him last night.
You're not asking me, are you?
Yeah, anybody really. I had no clue what she was talking about.
No, because I don't see her, so I have no idea.
Oh, of course you didn't. Yes,
I don't.
Gotcha.
I don't.
Come on, Raw. You know you're her biggest fan.
No, oh yeah, I don't. No, I don't. Her. I don't see her. Don't see Al. Don't see Nuts. A couple others. That's why I know when they come in here with an alt name that it's one of the five. If I don't see them, you know, and you guys are talking about them, makes it pretty easy to figure out.
But you should try to do a debate night or whatever, like you used to do, Izzy, or whatever. Get 3 or 4 righties and 3 or 4 far lefties or whatever.
Yeah, there's so much of that, and I've watched some of those, and it's like it's chaos.
Yes.
And I just don't think it gets anywhere.
Right on, GG. Right on, GG. Welcome back, Hope.
I like watching some of the stuff on Twitch or whatever when people have closer ideologies, you know, liberals and left, you know, a little bit of center right or whatever. They can usually have a conversation. But yeah, when you get to extremes, even on YouTube or whatever, it's hard to get them to try to meet in the middle. Particularly from them.
We must have over challenged Al because I noticed he left pretty quickly.
Oh, you mean God? What was it? Stupid.
No. Al Munson was in for a bit, but no, God exited himself out the door apparently.
Yeah, see, that's why I know that stupid wasn't Al, stupid wasn't HE, stupid wasn't a few others that, you know.
Yeah, no.
Hey, made in Oregon up there. The reason you can't pump your own gas in Oregon now, I think back in the day or whatever, they were trying to get employment to go up or whatever. So Oregon was trying to find a whole bunch of reasons to add employment. So they made it so you have to have somebody else pump your gas for you.
And I'm not opposed to that at all. I think it's actually quite nice. And I had some really great conversations with gas pumpers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
Bartenders of the working class, I call them, or of the non-alcohol. When you're not drinking alcohol, they're your bartenders.
I like going into Oregon and having that service. That's sort of nice, you know.
Yeah. I kind of like getting out of it every once in a while. Like finally, I go to Washington. I can pump my own gas. Yay. I usually like it when the guy walks away or whatever. They'll let you kind of put the gas pump away or whatever. I'll usually do that if they're too busy.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah. Get your receipt and go. But you're not supposed to start the gas pumping.
Ah. Yeah, I always forget when I drive into Oregon, you know, and then they come running out. No, you can't do that.
I posted a meme the other day with a girl that's got the gas pump, the handle in her tank that has the yellow sleeve over it, which means it's out of order. And standing there looking at her phone, and all it reads is, "We're not going to make it, are we?" She's standing there waiting for her car to fill up.
Yeah.
There was a few months during COVID or whatever, they did allow you to pump your own gas for what reason they used or whatever, but they did allow it in certain situations.
I'll be honest. I'll tell you what, it pisses me off to think back then when it first hit. I have to admit, I was freaked. I was tweaked, you know, because I'd seen the documentaries on what pandemics can do. You know, myself and Joe, my roommate, were talking just the other day. I'm like, aren't you pissed off that? Remember, we used to get our groceries out of our trunk before we bring them in the house. We would stack them on the workbench there in my garage and spray everything down with alcohol or whatever you had, bleach or whatever, and wipe it all down, and then did that for a month or two. Wow. You know?
Oh, yeah.
I admit it. Yeah. I did that. I was washing my hands, you know, and holy crap.
Well, that first wave of that bug was really, really bad, though, Gra. It was really, really bad.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, absolutely. I agree. But when they said, before they even said don't take the HCQ, I think we can say that. I'm like, what?
Okay.
Wait a minute. And they said, don't call, if you get sick, don't even call your doctor. Just stay home until you can't breathe. I'm like,
yeah, no,
that's not how it works. Yeah, that's not how it works, man. So I knew something was, that's when I knew. And that wasn't until,
21, maybe? No, 20. It was still in 20. They were saying that, yeah.
Yeah, Rebel, you live in Oklahoma City. Yeah, you guys. Gosh, wait, Rebel lives there too. I don't know. There's a really pretty free state.
Well, we survived.
You mean we've created a new normal?
Yeah.
Or
a new normal.
Yeah, that was the buzzwords for a while.
Mm-hmm. We've normalized a lot of things that some good, some not so good, right? You know,
peaceful protests were normalized for a little while.
Yeah. I think that me personally, I think the best thing that came out of it was the work from home for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. DoorDash.
Huh.
Get your food delivered.
I've been seeing more and more stories of people taking advantage of that. And
of what?
taking advantage of DoorDash delivery people. And they don't realize that they are, but it's affecting them because they try to scam the system and get free meals and things and whatnot.
Oh, geez.
You ready? Here's a question for all of you. What do you think about people who eat food in grocery stores
Oh,
that they
I saw a
don't end
video.
up paying for.
I saw somebody do a TikTok or whatever the other day, or Twitter, where they licked ice cream and put it back in the thing at a convenience store. I'm like,
Different. Like, you know, because we'll go to Walmart, Wally World, and shop, and we'll be walking around, and the unicorn and I, like, the bit is, if you see something out of place, you ask the other person, "Hey, should we get this?" Whatever that is. An apple core. Somebody grabbed an apple, eaten it, and then just kind of hit it on a shelf someplace. Completely random. Not like in the vegetables and fruits. You know, it's in like a weird spot.
Like ate the whole thing?
Yeah. But
you just don't see that here. I don't see that here. You just don't see that here. I mean, you know, I know I've seen it, you know, them talking about it, where people walking around, they'll eat a sandwich and take up what's left of it and pay for it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, that's like, you know, entitled much, you know, is what I'm thinking. But to find an apple, you know, an apple core or something like that, or.
Well, it's whatever you want. You know, if you want to have a Red Bull as you shop, you have a Red Bull as you shop, and then you put the can, you stash it someplace. So as you're walking around Walmart, you see all this randomly placed food that doesn't belong.
Wow.
Typically things that don't require utensils to eat. And from videos that I've seen online, that's the latest trend, is for a free meal, go to Walmart and just shop in whatever you can eat before you leave, you know.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, in California, you know, they just walk out of the store with it and don't pay for it, you know.
Well, yeah. Yeah. No, it's
yeah, you just don't see that here. You just don't, you know.
Right.
Well, and now, so that's on social media, so that'll start a new thing, right? People start doing it more.
Perhaps.
Yeah, I think what Teresa Scroggins says, people feeling entitled, you know, it's like, well, it's a grocery store and I'm hungry. Why can't I have a bunch of bananas?
Well, in my mind, it's stealing. It's theft.
Right? Yeah, I mean,
no matter how small, it's still theft.
Yeah.
Well, and then you see the little old lady taste the one grape, though, to make sure they're right.
Different. Well, her intention is to buy the grapes, right? And you want to know that they taste the way, like, taste test is one thing, you know, like,
I don't think you even do that. I don't think you even do that. You know, it's a shot in the dark. If you want grapes, you're going to have to just look, you know, thump them or whatever, but you don't get to, you know, test drive the grapes before you.
My grandma always test drove those grapes and things.
Really?
Yeah, I think that was sort of a normal thing, especially with the grapes. Like, you don't want sour grapes or whatever. You take one, you go, yeah, those are good, and you buy the whole pack, right?
Gigi says, little old lady. So Gigi, do you walk by and eat a? So type 1 in the chat if you've ever done what Chris is talking about. If you've like eaten a grape but you didn't buy any, or even if you ate a grape and bought them anyway. You just don't see that here, but I'll be surprised.
Have you done that with a banana? Sometimes you'll see people do that, which is ridiculous in my opinion. Is they'll take one banana off of a bunch or whatever, and then they take it up there and weigh it. You know, I'm like, no, they're not sold in bunches; they're sold by pounds.
Oh yeah, like the dreamsicles. Yeah. So Wayne, I should have known that Wayne's done that. I could have called that one. I didn't. I wouldn't have been able to call a hot damn.
Well, I agree with Chris that tasting one grape is far different than picking up a whole apple and eating it and leaving the core somewhere.
Yeah, that's theft. That's
just outright theft. Yeah.
So here's what I watched. So we're shopping around in Walmart, and we're in the produce area, which is always quite slim. In fact, you couldn't find broccoli for the longest time. I even, while we're in there, did the broccoli shortage, and sure enough, it came up as to why. I forget what the reason was for the broccoli shortage, but I noticed this couple. They're kind of being a little weird, and the woman she's pulled out a Red Bull, but not. I don't know what kind of it was a can I didn't recognize. It took me a minute to figure out that it was a Red Bull, but they drank it, and then they're like, "Oh yeah, something wasn't right." And I thought, oh, that's the end of it. And they set it down. And then they went back over to the cold beverage area, the grab and go, which I think they took a little too literal. And they grabbed an original Red Bull. And then opened that and were drinking that. And I guarantee they never paid for that. Now, I will say I've gone shopping and been like thirsty, but I get charged for the bottle, right? Like, yeah, I drank this in the store. I was bad, or it was half empty, and you pay for it on your way out,
Right.
But,
I've done that.
or you open up a snack as you're shopping. I haven't really done that, but I've seen where people do that, but then they pay for it. Like, I get it, Now that Walmart has the honor system.
Yeah.
We
Self-service.
we actually found a cashier one night in there, and we had so much fun with the cashier. It was actually really enjoyable because our shtick is always, when do we get the invitation to the employee Christmas party? My favorite is I wasn't trained very well. I don't know how to do the produce. There's a bunch of I'm too tired to think of the shtick now, but that's kind of the thing. Like it's like the employees now just stand and watch the customers as they check out.
Yeah.
Right.
And usually they're standing in a group, and it's just I don't get it. But we've submitted, and we've decided that I don't. Bill, did you ever do like I refuse to check myself out? I'm gonna stand in the line and wait for the service.
I at first or whatever when they were starting to do that, I felt like I needed to go to see the cashier, and help somebody out. But nowadays, when like you say, everybody's standing around anyway. I'm like, okay, you guys don't want to work or at least make it look like you're working, then I'm just gonna get out of here as fast as I can.
Well, now Sam's, you don't even have to interact with anyone. You go in and you shop, and as you shop, you're supposed to scan your products, and then when you're done, you hit checkout and pay for your products, and then push your cart out the door. And usually, I would say almost always, there's a person who's at the exit that scans your receipt. That on your phone, it's just a QR code that says you paid something, and then they scan 2 or 3 items, and I guess if they don't get the items that were put in the cart that didn't get scanned, then they don't really know. But that's their new system. We'll see how long that lasts.
And it's the opposite of, you go to a city these days, like at Rite Aid in the middle of Portland or somewhere, everything's locked up and you have to have the employee open up every single thing for you. A lot of these cities, you see that nowadays. Like, okay, let us know when you're going to buy it. They'll have it up at checkout waiting for you behind a wall.
And you got to wait for somebody to come over and unlock the cabinet to give it to you, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
I would imagine, Bill, at some point in Portland, what you're going to do is you're going to walk into a room with nothing but a cashier stand or perhaps a computer, and you'll stand there at the computer, pick the products you want, and then you'll go pay the cashier, and then your bag will come down a conveyor belt, and you'll be handed the bag. You won't actually be able to peruse or see anything other than what's on the screen.
Yeah.
Or
That's
taste
what I
the
would build if
grapes.
I was, and yeah, you won't be able to taste the grapes.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll ask the cashier, "Are the grapes good today?"
Yeah.
the
How are
robot
the
cashier.
grapes?
The robot cashier
Yeah,
you'll have
the
to ask.
the robo cashier. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. You may not even. It may be completely
Yes, sir.
automated.
They're good.
I was giving them too much credit for having employees.
Automated answers.
Right.
But that's the hope for their AI, right? Yeah. Part of the
Yeah.
hopes.
Maybe.
Skynet, here we come.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it starts with a few tweets, then it goes to a TV script, and then a movie, and then it leads to everything else.
Yeah.
And then we'll all, live off the state or the country or the world, and we'll be given a stipend.
Yeah.
And
be happy, right?
yeah, I even think of a. Wait,
I've been watching
Yeah.
old Lost in Space episodes back in the early 1960s, and even they were sort of the idea of AI and a lot of this stuff that still kind of far fetched to us. They were still thinking about it back then and putting it into their scripts. Like androids and AI and other kind of things like that. We think they're still far fetched. It's been in people's thoughts for quite a while.
Writers that are, sorry. The writers that are on strike in Hollywood right now are really sort of worried about it as well, because they'll just take old episodes and feed them into the computer and then allow the computer to begin to write all the scripts. So they're hoping to get some jargon written in there about job security somehow and protecting them from AI.
Well,
yeah.
The funny thing is, at the same time, they'll protest and fight for people's $50 wages, right? But
yeah,
knowing that that'll sort of lead to robots taking over people's jobs at McDonald's and things like that, when you start a fight for a $50 wage, and that's what's going to happen there. So they're getting a little bit of their own medicine at that point there.
So
True.
I've been trying to figure out how to create employee-owned businesses, and I sort of got to the point where what I realized was the world we live in now, that employees hurt themselves intentionally, not intentionally, to get out of work and take advantage of systems and lawsuits and employees. Like, we've made it, we've I don't know. I can't be the only one who's worked with those people who, because I was in a what they, I guess, call a gig workforce, where you worked on a project. It had a time span, and when that time span ended, then you hopefully had another job booked, or maybe you had a little bit of time off before your next job, whatever. You could day play, do some things. But there was always the few people that I knew that they would always end up on disability on like the last
hurt themselves
before the show. Yeah. Like somehow they're like prepared for that job ending by ending up on disability until they take advantage of that system.
I call them lazy.
Yeah, but like just trying to see what I've been seeing in Hagerstown and where people are at and where I'm at. I have this new job, but there's got to be a better way, because this Hagerstown is not a digital town, in the sense that people don't communicate through social media. They communicate word of mouth. It's not up to, they don't use the apps, right? So like, I feel like if there's jobs here and there's things going on, or if there's not jobs, but so Hagerstown has a lot of people who are on government assistance and get housing assistance. And talking to locals about why Hagerstown has some of the issues that it does, people tend to have varying opinions of why that is. But the one thing that comes up a lot is what they refer to as the Section 8 housing, and sort of why Hagerstown is what it is. But as I looked into it and I see the requirements, they appear to be really stringent. You can't have a criminal record.
Once you get down that well, it's probably hard to get out of that well too, right?
I would imagine, but it's also several of the buildings are elderly, people who have disabilities, true disabilities, people that really do need help, right?
Right.
And then there's also sort of just some parts of town that need some TLC and some love. And I'm a huge fan of Habitat for Humanity. I love their restore here in Hagerstown, and
they do good work too.
I think they do. I think I haven't really looked into them, but the ladies who run this store are awesome. I go in there a lot. It's one of my favorite like things to do is to stop in there and see what's new. And like the desk that I'm using came from there. My little rack behind me came from there, and some good deals. And then that that money goes, because this stuff for some reason gets donated by, I don't know why they get these types of, like the Hagerstown store gets a lot of the workbenches and tool chests and whatnot, and you don't see those in the other Habitat stores.
I've never been in a Habitat store. I just know the work they do.
Yeah. Well, the stores back in the day were very much old, recycled house materials, home materials, building materials, right? Now they're that, plus like you can find all kinds of, like the one day I was in there, they had inserts for your attic. I'm like, what a strange thing to have that allowed you to use your attic for storage between the studs. But like you can buy flooring, it's either excess flooring or you can find all kinds of stuff. Countertops, butcher block tops, they've got everything. It just depends on what's donated. But these companies, building companies, they donate. Like if you want a Moen sink or faucet, the Hagerstown place, like for some reason Moen gives them a ton of fixtures. If you want a really nice shower head, that's the place to go. Yeah, brand new. Yeah, they'll be brand new, and they always price at 50% off retail.
Wow! So they're raising money by those donations now. That's great.
Right? Yeah. Wow. So I guess those items are donated to them, and then they sell them, and whatever they get is profit. Right?
Yep. Right.
So I think Moen's given them a lot. But like when I was in there, they had stainless steel farm sinks. They had really nice sink nozzle. The shower heads, $high shower heads, even good quality stuff. But and then if it sits there too long, then they start reducing the price. But yeah, no, I'd like to. I don't know. I'd like to see.
You should take us in there one day with your camera.
Maybe.
Just saying.
No, it's,
It'd be
but they get some
community.
knickknacks and people donate all kinds of things. But the one in Hagerstown is on Jonathan Street. And Jonathan Street's one of the oldest streets in Hagerstown. And there was a documentary recently made called The House on The House on Jonathan Street. And it's a little teeny tiny house, and it's been all remodeled, and I forget what they were selling it for. It was expensive too. But the house sat there for a long time. But the street is an interesting street, and I've been spending some time over there, and I feel like connecting people with jobs and creating, because we have a lot of empty businesses in town. And I feel like there's still a way to get people that want to do something and sort
Want
of
to invest
be,
Mm-hmm.
well, yeah, but like it's always been this sort of idea that when you have as much to gain as the boss does, right? Like if you worked on a project that you truly believed in and you promoted it and you benefited from that production making money, whatnot, like if you had as much to gain from the outcome, that you would be more involved. You would want to make it as great as possible, right?
Oh, I would, and you would. But I don't know what the mindset of people is these days.
Well, maybe that helps change the mindset, right? Because I've always been under the belief that, we need purpose.
Well, yeah.
Right?
So you'd have to sort of interview with that in mind when you were building up a core of people.
It's not even an interview. Here's the idea: is this all stemmed from Discord back a long time ago.
Back in the day, yeah,
yeah, where it was how do we get people to, if they want to be involved in this idea, how do you get people to go, okay, these are the things that I'm really into, these are the things that I'm really good at, somebody who may, I don't know what point in their life, maybe they just not feeling lost, but like, everybody has that thing, right? That you're good at.
Right.
That maybe you haven't had the opportunity to be good at it and get paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's culling all of these ideas and all these people and pulling their strengths together and then going, okay, what do we have to work with? And what can we create with the things that people love to do? If you love to do it, it's not going to seem like a job. If you benefit from it, and you benefit a lot from it, makes it even better because you're rewarded with what we all sort of need to survive, but you also get to do something fun that, I don't know anybody who's ever said, the fun things I love to do are really hard work. Because it doesn't feel that way,
if
right?
you can find something you love to do, it's not work. Yeah.
So,
that's
it
so
just
you'd
feels
have
like
to
this.
gather a group. You'd have to gather a group of people and start talking about it, right?
Kind of.
And
that's, like how do you bring that together?
How do you get them to come together, right?
Yeah, how do you do you want change? Okay, great. Do you want to be a part of that change? Great. Here's the big idea. And
then you
bring all those great minds together and take advantage of the skills people have
Yeah.
But
And you would have to have probably at least 5 of those intaking type of gatherings before you had a large enough group to really dialogue. But a lot of the people that come the first time will invite others if they find meaning in it. Yeah,
right.
that's marketing.
And then here's where it goes from there is the sort of concept of Habitat for Humanity, right? Is,
Right.
you know, you find those companies that share the interests of the people who are going to build this business, whatever it is, and you get the support from those companies,
Exactly.
right? And you know, you don't need a
That's so that's
handout,
no
but you need that hand in helping and getting things going. And I would imagine there's some
contributing
benefit for
to.
everybody, right?
Well, they have a tax write-off, and they're contributing to a good cause, so it's marketed that way.
Right.
As long as they like what it is you're doing, they'll contribute.
Graw, that's funny. It's great, comfy couch. Taurus says the 5 most expected to decline in 2023: administrative and secretary, data entry clerk, cashier and ticket clerk, postal service by 40%, bank tellers and clerks by 49% decline. Bank tellers and clerks, I can totally see that. That makes a lot of sense.
Most of
Here in
already
Hagerstown, banks are shutting down like crazy.
Yeah.
Kathy, when's the last time you ran into a bank? Do you use the bank at all anymore?
I do.
You do?
I was
Yeah,
just
I do.
in there.
Yeah, once I could deposit checks using my phone, that was like the end of going to the bank for me.
Oh, was it? Yeah, I just haven't done that yet. Something about it I'm just still leery of.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was, you know, depositing checks. I remember having to go to the ATM and, you know, deposit checks and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. What do you do with those checks once you deposit them, Chris? You take the picture, and then what do you do with the check?
Well, you've endorsed it. I save the stubs. I just keep it and, you know, make sure that everything goes through fine. I've never once had a problem.
Really?
No, never once. And, you know, you just, you basically, once you've endorsed it and written what you do on the back, then, you know.
Right. And then you take your picture and then you just file it then. Oh, okay.
Yeah. You know, you get the confirmation, but.
I just got a puppy, 4 months old. Oh, Lordy.
What kind of puppy?
I was looking for a Shih Tzu. It turned out to be a Pekingese. I didn't even know what a Pekingese was.
I think it kind of looks like a Shih Tzu.
Yeah,
I don't know.
except not, but he's going through that phase right now where everything is mouthing, right? Teeth. It's like, oh no, not this again.
Frozen carrots. That was Tucker's.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the carrots.
Yep. Frozen baby carrot
Frozen
sticks.
carrots.
Yeah.
Frozen.
Keep them in the freezer and just give them to him frozen. Yeah. You know, they poop orange, but
okay, thank you.
You know, he would chew it up and not necessarily swallow the carrot. You'd just find a bunch of carrot pieces on the ground, but it was just gnawing on it and the teething thing. And
yeah, this guy's little. He's about 8 pounds, I guess. 6 pounds, 8 pounds.
Probably won't get very big, right?
I don't think so. Maybe. He's going to get groomed tomorrow, though, because it's getting hot over here in California. Yeah. He's like got 2 coats of hair, like Tucker. It's like, oh Lord. I was gonna get shaved.
Congratulations. What's the dog's name?
Baby.
Baby. Okay.
Yeah. My daughter said, "You can't name a boy dog Baby." I said, "Oh well. That's what I'm calling him."
It works.
Last 3 dogs I wanted to name Baby, and she just had a fit, and I never did. So this time, I did it.
It's your dog. You do what you got to do.
Yeah, I claimed ownership. Yep.
Yeah. So. All right, I'm exhausted. I have got to say goodnight. It's been fun. We didn't really kind of all over the place, but it was fun. It was an interesting conversation, and even Mr. Bill joined us, which was great. And I realized he's gone, and yeah, I didn't get to say goodnight. So he did the Irish goodbye, and I'm a big fan of the Irish goodbye, Kathy.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah,
Wizzy out, right?
It doesn't. No, well, no, that's not the Irish goodbye. That's the Discord when you just kind of slip out without saying anything, and that way the party doesn't end. The conversation doesn't stop. It keeps going.
Nobody gets
and
distracted. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you taking the time to come on here and talk tonight. You're always just such a great voice of wisdom, and I appreciate
it's fun.
that.
I miss hanging out with everybody, and having conversation. So we'll be doing more of it.
Good.
So
when you can.
All right. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Thanks for joining, Kathy. See you guys later. Crazy. You're awesome. I appreciate the help. And let's see here. Try to figure out how to say goodnight. It's been a while, I must say. Thank you, Taurus. And Sherry Beeman. This was so much nicer than all the other streamers. Well, I learned from watching them what not to do, perhaps. But no, we're doing our thing. We're staying happy and fun, and having conversations. But I appreciate you all very much. Until next time, Wizzy out. Thanks, everybody.